We have all the speakers in the house, so we're very happy that we can open our meeting this afternoon. Some have come from very far, others from the region, UK, Germany, the Netherlands. But we're extremely happy to be able to organize this event today. On behalf of Global Human Rights Defense, I would like to welcome all of you to this international conference on blasphemy allegations, mob violence, and the protection of religious minorities in Bangladesh. We proudly present an international selection of esteemed speakers on these urgent issues, not only related to Bangladesh, but also to Pakistan and indeed to the wider region. The impact of violence in Bangladesh in the last 18 months should be a cause for international concern. The international community, however, is concerned with the war with Russia and Ukraine, Israeli violence in Gaza, and statements made by the American president related to Greenland and Venezuela, for instance, and other parts of the Western Hemisphere. Those issues definitely need attention, but the situation in Bangladesh should not be overlooked. Today, we will discuss the international legal obligations, state responsibility, and the accountability in relation to the violence in Bangladesh. Global Human Rights Defense is extremely happy to have Dr. Anthony Holslag as the keynote speaker of this conference. Mr. Holslag is involved in the work of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. I had the privilege to work with Dr. Holslag in field research in Iraq and Bangladesh in recent years. In our first panel, we will focus on the legal and human rights framework, how to address the law enforcement challenges, and how can access to justice be guaranteed for minorities. These are some of the questions that will be dealt with in our first panel. I will introduce the speakers to you before we begin the panel. We have 3 panel debates, and there will be plenty of time for everyone present to contribute to the debate. In the second panel, we will pay attention to the role of the media. In every war, truth is the first victim of war. Today, more than ever before, we see the importance of controlling the media, especially the so-called social media. This means that not only professional journalists, but also civil society and human rights defenders have become active players in conflicts. We will listen to testimonies and to case studies. The third panel will deal with the international responses and policy options. Speakers will explore the possible roles of the United Nations and the European Union. Options such as diplomacy, international monitoring, and sanctions will be part of the debate. What is desirable and what is effective? Around 2 o'clock, we will have a longer coffee break of about 45 minutes with high tea. After the second panel, we will have a short break of only 15 minutes. May I please ask you to turn off your telephones, your cell phones, so that we can concentrate on the debate. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our keynote speaker, Dr. Anthony Holslag. Mr. Holslag is a Dutch scientist and novelist specialized in anthropology and genocide studies. He is an expert on state radicalization, cultural destruction, and the mechanisms that lead to genocide. He published extensively on the Armenian genocide. Previously, Mr. Holslag advised the European Union on radicalization and extremism and worked as a lecturer at the Free University in Amsterdam. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Anthony Holslag.
Before I start, I would like to thank Global Human Rights Defense for this very important seminar conference today. And it's an honor to do the opening address, the keynote address. It was a challenge, I have to admit, and what I will try to do this afternoon is address the importance, the relation between blasphemy laws, communal violence, and how we can look at it from the perspective of genocide studies. But before I continue, I want to rewind a bit until 5 days ago, where the chief advisor, Yunus, of the interim government stated that in the last few years, of the 645 communal crimes that were committed, only 71 were ethnic violence. The others were criminal acts, and among those acts were conflicts among neighbors, political violence, and sexual violence. This argument of Yunus is countered by many the international organizations. Among, for example, in July 2025, the United States Commission of International Religious Freedom that stated that the freedom of religious conditions in Bangladesh was in decline. It's also countered by a report by Genocide Watch, which published extensively on the Chittagong Hill tracts and the Chuma people, the 12 different ethnic groups that live among there. They call the persecution among those people, for example, the Chakma, the Marma, as genocide. It's also countered by ethnic violence in the recent past, and I can only mention a few. For example, the violence in October 2021, where 500 rioters demolished 80 shrines and killed 2 people in the city of Kumila. This was caused by a depiction of the Quran kneeling in front of a Hindu statue. There was also violence in the 29th of March, where Hindu communities were attacked. The 28th of July, where 15 to 20 Hindu homes were burned. Or in the 18th of December of late, where Tipu Chandra Das was killed and murdered because he made remarks about the Islam. So how can we look at this puzzle? How can we look at it from genocide studies? And before I'm going to try to give an answer on that, I want to take a sidestep and concentrate what genocide actually means. Of course, we know that genocide means the persecution of national, ethnic, racial, and religious groups. But genocide entails much more than that. Genocide entails the destruction of property, destruction of identity indicators, destruction of cultural elements on all levels. It's not just the persecution of killing of people, it's the destruction of identity. In that sense, genocide differs from crimes against humanity, that its sole aim is the destruction of an identifiable group, and in the end, also the physical destruction of this group. That said, genocide scholars and also genocide lawyers, prosecutors are quite careful in using genocide in all cases. And that has to do with the fact that genocide is sometimes misused, and there's also a political sensitivity to the word attached of genocide. Not all violence is genocidal. That said, if we look at genocide, we see in these mechanisms what starts genocide, what we call a process of othering. In this process, we create an other, and we differentiate and distance ourselves from the other, and even dehumanize the other. But like I stated, not all process of othering is necessarily genocidal. So how can we look at this? Because if we want to attach the process of othering, what does it more entail? What does have to happen if we can call it genocidal? Well, first of all, there should be a machinery of violence. It should be organized. And if we look at genocide, then often the violence is relatively short. If we look at Rwanda, for example, or if we look at the Holocaust, it's relatively short, organized, the violence. Communal violence is different in nature. It's often a burst of violence, spontaneous, and short-lived. So how can we attach communal violence from that angle to genocidal violence? And I came with a thought-provoking, I hope at least, a thought-provoking analysis on this, which includes the importance of central government, local government, identity politics, and the importance of blasphemy laws. And what I will argue here today is that blasphemy laws has a way to make genocidal violence invisible. It cloaks the intent of the violence. And in order to explain this, I have to go back to a study that was done in 1999 by Levine. Levine argued that especially in the Chittagong Hill tracts, where there is a close and thick ethnic diversity, the government has not much influence in the local government. Because of this, there starts to become an atmosphere and mechanisms of impunity. The blasphemy laws gives this impunity legal value, a legal dimension. So we can attach that the central government is what we sometimes consider a weak state, does not really has that much influence as it should have, especially not after the Monsoon Revolution in these thick, populated diversity, ethnic diversity provinces, where the local government has a lot more to say. At the same time, these blasphemy laws can be used to make the othering and the process of othering legal. It gives it a legal argument. And by doing so, it actually cloaks the violence. And Levine comes henceforth with a very interesting terminology. What he calls the violence that happens, especially in these provinces, he calls it creeping genocide. And what does he mean by creeping genocide? Creeping genocide is genocide that does not occur that mechanically, does not occur in the machinery, does not occur as much organized. It takes a very long breath. It's a form of genocide where ethnic groups are persecuted, are killed, where identity markers are destroyed, but in a very slow process, in moments of violence that disappears, that comes and goes. That's what we consider creeping genocide. And these blasphemy laws gives these moments of violence strength, gives an excuse, a legal bounded excuse. So this is a very interesting and also what Levine says, a very peculiar and unique element of the genocide that occurs, or the genocide that occurs in these provinces. And I want you to think about that. I want you to think about how this violence strengthens itself and how the blasphemy laws gives it an excuse to do so. That said, because I only had 10 minutes, looking at the elections coming on the 12th of February, Junus also stated that there will be full accountability of the violence occurrence that happened. I hope it will. Because not giving accountability, not doing so, strengthens the sense of impunity in those areas, and henceforth continues this phenomenon called creeping genocide. I also want to make another statement. Hopefully we can discuss that later in the panels, is the role of the international community in this, and especially the role of Pakistan in these areas, because local politics can never be seen outside geopolitics and international politics. And what we have seen in the last few years is a call to make the blasphemy laws more urgent, stricter, and even use the blasphemy laws in Pakistan, 295C, as an example in Bangladesh. Doing so, if we take into account this element of creeping genocide, will only strengthen and will only cause more persecution of ethnic minorities in Bangladesh. Thank you.
We now would like to open the floor for comments, questions. I had one esteemed member of our audience, an historian, who was asked to give a short reaction on the keynote speech. What Mr. Holslag said was related to the blasphemy laws giving a legal basis to the process of authoring impunity. Impunity is part of the genocidal process. You being an historian and amongst others, could you relate that to what has happened in the past in this region?
Thank you, Harry. Should I stand up? Okay. Face the cameras. Thank you very much. My goodness, where does one start? I'm going to try and keep it pithy and to the point so that we get the maximum amount of benefit from this gathering. As you were speaking, a few thoughts came to my mind. Can I just ask, in this room, how many people believe in the primacy of freedom of religion and belief? Could you just raise your hands? Okay, therein lies the problem. The civilization that we're talking about, the civilization in Bharat, has a higher value system. It places freedom of thought, expression, speech above freedom of identifiable belief systems. So the right to be able to speak, the right to be able to question is enshrined in ancient scriptures, Natya Shastra. And one of the difficulties that we have, I'm going to put a simple question to you. Why should I, as an identifiable Hindu, give credence and freedom of religion and belief to an ideology which believes in my eradication? So as a Hindu, why should I give any respect or accord or agreement or support to an ideology which is defined by the erasure of my civilization?
Oh, very good question.
And I'd like to say that that lies at the heart of the conflict which the European identity group actually has to resolve.
Thank you very much. It's a very tough question, which is very relevant even for the politics today in Europe, when we're talking about, for instance, the position of the Islam in Europe. It's a very relevant question, and I'm sure it's going to be underlying the debates that we'll have today. Thank you very much for that point of view. Is there anyone else who would like to ask a question to Mr. Holslag or to make a remark about what he described as, what was the term, creeping genocide, or any other part of his contribution? Yes, we have someone there. I'll give you the mic, please return it to me voluntarily.
And I'll keep it very short. So you talked about genocide. Which community do you think is being targeted at this stage?
Well, at this stage, if I look at the international organizations like Genocide Watch, they specifically mention the Chittagong hill tracts and the minorities, what is it, the junta minorities living there. they mention that specifically, and it also has to do with the many forms of violence that takes place there, like the destruction of religious shrines, land grabs, and also, which is very important, which I didn't really discuss or forget to discuss, is the forced conversions of the, let me double check this, the shakma. And that is very significant, because if you look at the genocide definition, in forced conversions actually encapsulated in there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to take the floor? Yes, we have a question or remark back here. I'll give you the mic.
Hello, my name is Shailesh Bire. I do want to ask you about the Dutch media and the Dutch politician, because from my organization and organization related to me, to our society, they reply to us that it is not targeted to Hindus, or it is more like Awami League and the other parties that are against Awami League, and they put it a political swing to it. What is your take on that?
Oh, that's a very good question. Of course, I cannot speak for the Dutch government or the Dutch media, but I think that you definitely see, especially in the provinces which I mentioned, you definitely see mostly persecution on ethnic minorities like Hindus and Buddhists, and also Christians, by the way. But there's also, for example, and I hope I pronounce this correctly, a persecution on the Ahmadi Muslims, you know, and we shouldn't forget that either. So it's not just Hindus, Buddhists, and Christians, also Muslims get persecuted in this case. And what scared me when I really looked at this case is that there were in the last decennia a few times where political parties wanted to sharpen the blasphemy laws, and took Pakistan as example. And I think that's a very dangerous development, because I think then you will start to see more persecution on many, many different groups at the same time.
How can we counter? Because I know we wrote to the department that gives, how do you say, aid to Bangladesh. There's 10 million or something like that.
Yeah.
I have to do something about it.
Yeah.
To influence that, but the reply or the reply that we get is that they put it more on political sense than it was more on religious sense.
Well, I think organizations like this can play a powerful role in that, and also, you know, grassroots movements, and also by publishing and by publishing reports and papers and articles. Those are all ways to counter that. But yeah, it's a process. Yeah.
Okay, final question in this round, Mr. Sital.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Hoslag. Human rights, we are always too late, because we are always fighting from behind. Now my question is, as a human rights organization, even the new government is there, how we can file a case that we know that is genocide, and what is the procedure to start with it?
You mean the genocide and the creeping genocide?
Yes,
I mentioned, yeah. Well, the thing is, what you also have to be aware of, that the creeping genocide, not like I stated, within genocide studies, we're quite careful in using the terminology. And even though I use the research of Levine in this case, I do not think that all genocide scholars would agree with that terminology. So I want to make that point first. So that's very important. I think one of the problems in human rights cases and cases of genocide, and that's integrated in the scientific community, is always after the fact. And that makes it quite hard. So if you really want to embroil it, you really want to make a statement, and you really, I think what you have to do is really make case studies at the moment. Case studies, fact-find missions, get the facts. Because as I started with the report of Yunus 5 days ago, that's not fact. That's not fact-checking. That's fiction. You know, 71 cases is only communal violence. So I think you have to start with the facts, make cases, give the reports, have influence from that point on political organizations. I hope I answered your question by this.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your keynote speech, ladies and gentlemen.
Tough question, tough question.
We'll hear more from Dr. Holslag in the third panel. I was about to close this round. There'll be enough opportunity for you to bring your remarks or ask your questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Holslag. We will now move to the first panel. Could I please invite to join in the first panel Paulo Casaca. Please have the first chair, Dr. Habibi Milad. And the third speaker, Priyashit Debsarkar. Please, if you would use the first three seats, and I will give a short introduction on your backgrounds. Mr. Casaca is founder and executive director of the South Asia Democratic Forum and Art Humankind. He was a member of the European Parliament for 10 years, from 1999 until 2009, and is former member of regional and national parliaments. Mr. Casaca is the author of multiple books and reports on economics and international politics, with extensive experience in EU and international policymaking. Welcome, Mr. Casaca. Then Dr. Habibi Milad. Dr. Milad is a professor of cardiac surgery. Let's hope we don't need that today. Trained in Bangladesh, the UK, Europe, and at Harvard Medical School. For 10 years, from 2014 until 2024, he served as a member of the Bangladesh Parliament. Mr. Milad is a strong advocate for universal health coverage and empowerment of women and youth. He is involved in public health initiatives at national and international levels, including the fight against drug abuse and child marriage. Welcome, Dr. Milad. Then finally, Priyashit Debsarkar. He is the author of geopolitical analyst. He's an author and geopolitical analyst based in London, specializing in international relations and historical conflicts. He has published multiple books with a focus on East Pakistan and the 1999 Kargil War, and is best known for The Last Raya of West Pakistan. He's also a regular columnist for leading English and Bengali newspapers across Canada, the UK, Switzerland, India, Bangladesh, and Hong Kong. A warm welcome to you as well. Now, if I could invite the first speaker to take the floor, we'll do the three speakers in a row and then have our Q&A and our debate. The floor is yours, sir. If you could please use this microphone.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this kind invitation to address an issue that is so dear to me. I did write a paper that I made available through the conference organizers that is titled Bangladesh, a New Venue to Totalitarianism. And this expresses what I do think it's more important on what we are seeing in the country. It is a new venue. We had never seen nothing like that. This is really what I stand for. And well, to get there and to see how can such an enormous issue for the whole world. I mean, Bangladesh is one of the biggest countries in the world. It's one of the most important, and if you would trust in what you can see in the media, what you can see from United Nations organizations, well, you would say, well, perhaps even the opposite. I mean, things are going very well. We have a Nobel Peace Prize in charge. He's not only a Nobel Peace Prize, he has a curricula where everything you can imagine is there. I mean, he has been in all politically correct United Nations committees. He said all the political correct things. He is a champion for rights of women, of minorities, of the environment, of the climate, you name it. I mean, so how is it? Well, I would be tempted to say that at one point in my CV, that is a bit far away because it has more than 40 years, was when I did found at the time, the Amnesty International group in my island in São Miguel in the Azores. And one of the things, that already at that time was, I thought, it does not make sense, was the idea that human right violation is a human right violation. It's an absolute thing. So we cannot speak in terms of degree of violation. So it is an absolute thing. It is very appealing. Obviously, the death of a person, the torture of a person is a torture of a person in every circumstance. Our humanist culture couldn't allow us to say the opposite. But, well, even regarding genocide, I did accompany very much Iraq. And actually a lot of what was going on there was genocide in multi-directions. Because ethnic cleansing is a form of genocide. And you can make ethnic cleansing by making life a bit intolerable for people. For instance, that's what I could see in main Christian towns in the north of Iraq, where there was, you would start, like putting a mosque, a new mosque, in the center of the Christian city, with all the music, all the, it would start like that. Not really shooting people, not necessarily shooting people. And then, of course, the spirit of the blasphemy laws, because the blasphemy laws are a complex, much more than a legal thing. It's an instrument. And of course, what I did see in Iraq, was coming from the sort of harassment that can be more or less violent to pure mass killing. I did see it. I got, I was, in phone conversations in towns with people that were just trying to escape, where, everyone that was not, this case was Sunni Muslims that were absolutely, they were, either they managed to escape or they were murdered on the spot. I saw that, okay. But coming back to this soft sort of ethnic cleansing, can we say that the genocide of Bangladesh 71 is just like any other? I don't think we can. I think it is a tremendous error. I think this historical genocide has a dimension, a violence, and a leitmotif that puts it in history. It's not like all the other ones. It's a novel thing. So to come about an organization, Amnesty International, that I really, I was absolutely fascinated with it over 40 years ago. I wouldn't say the same thing today. Not at all. And I'm not focusing specifically on the Amnesty International, because there is much worse than that. I think that what we have seen now in Bangladesh is that for the very first time, we have a dictatorship that is announced by the opposite, complete opposite. You can say, okay, well, Stalin or communists, Soviet communists, well, they did not say we are going to make a dictatorship. Well, not like that, but they did not hide that there was this proletarian dictatorship, and they did not hide a lot of the things, and they did not, they lied a lot, of course. Stalin, the father of the peoples, okay, but there was some grain of truth there. And you can say that about Stalin, you can say that about Mussolini, about Hitler, about Mao, about Khomeini. Khomeini is the model that I think is more important to understand what is going on in Bangladesh, because Khomeini, just before he left his Paris asylum, and he was interviewed, well, how is it? Are you really going to make the Islamic state that you promised? Because he did. He wrote it. 10 years before. I mean, in 71, he did write that he wanted to impose in Iran a government of the Muslim jurisprudence. I mean, the Muslim wise man, if you want. He was clear, but then he said, oh, no, I mean, I went from freedom and democracy, and I am an old man. Oh, I don't want to have any power. I mean, oh, come on. Okay, of course he lied, but there was some grain of truth. If you look at what happened with Mr. Yunus, I mean, there is not a word about jihad. I mean, Mr. Yunus and, of course, the student movement. I put them all together. Not a word about jihad. Not a single one. And yet, 1.5 years after, I said it right from the start. Obviously, it's going to happen. But now, it's done. They are part of the Jamaat-e-Islam electoral list. I mean, what could be more obvious than this? Of course, and allied. I mean, they are not part of it. There are 6, 7, I don't know how many members. So, no, I mean, how did it come there? I mean, it started with the Nobel Peace Prize, which to me, as an economist, I mean, it's one of the most absurd things I've ever seen in my life, because he invented microcredit. I mean, come on. That's one of the things that marked more my infancy. I mean, much before he spoke about it. I mean, I do remember as a 5, 6 years old child, how was it, my mother's microcredit? I mean, Mr. Yunus invented it? Come on. The only thing he did was to make of it a higher institutionalized instrument that it was not. It was very informal everywhere. I mean, if Portugal is my country. I mean, even in Europe, it was like that. I mean, and if you read, as an economist, reading the nomination, it's unbelievable that a committee like the Nobel Peace Prize Committee can write a thing like that. I mean, because you need to ignore everything that thousands of years of history of credit are ignored there. I mean, it's written by someone that thinks that the universe is the normal, actual banking rules and knows nothing about the past, fundamentally. But it went on, you know. In 2006, October, he got the prize. In January, the military tried to impose him as prime minister. It didn't work out because he thought about it. He tried to make a party. He promised, and he said, the conditions are not ripe. They actually used what I call the two ladies theory. I mean, the first time I was in Bangladesh, which was in 2012, I'm about to finish, and then I will be completing, you know, because of course, otherwise I would not finish in any time soon. But I mean, 2012, and Sheikh Hasina had been there already for 3 years, and you know, going from door to think tanks, especially the military and the religious structures, everybody was speaking about, the problem is the two ladies that hate each other. Okay. I mean, at first I found it a bit odd, you know, but then I did understand. I mean, of course there was a hint of misogyny there, obviously, but fundamentally it meant the problem is the democratic parties that are, of course, not ideal. I mean, whoever thinks about a political party as an ideal instrument doesn't know what he thinks about. Of course, they are not ideal. I mean, it's like many people explain, Churchill, namely, they are absolutely awful, the political parties. But they are the least awful thing that man invented up to now. That's reality. So political parties are fundamental. So actually the two ladies, well, never mind about the ladies, but the parties were what was to be defended. And the problem was exactly the religious supremacism and the military structures. It was exactly the opposite. And I think that what we are seeing now is a process that started a long time ago. During this time, from 2007 to 2014, 24, I'm sorry, all this time, we have seen, you know, Mr. Yunus, I don't know, you just go to the net and you see how many nominations he had, how many committees he had, everything You know, that is the best things in the world. He was there. Okay. Look at these 18 months, what he did. It's nearly the opposite. So this is the message. We are in front of a new sort of totalitarianism that comes, it's Orwell. we have said so many times it's Orwell that now nobody believes, you know, because everything is Orwell. No, even the Soviet Union was not as, it was a caricature, not a caricature of the Soviet Union, as a matter of fact. Not only, I mean, Mr. Putin has a point there. I mean, he, actually it started with the decline of the English language. He was speaking about his native country, and of course, he referred then, it was the Soviet Union, yes, but of course, his novel goes much beyond what the Soviet Union was, but now we have it, you know. The Ministry of Truth, if you are a perfect liar, I mean, you are the Minister of Truth. If you are the guy that is torturing people, you are the Minister of Love, and so forth. That's what we are facing now. And this is possible because of the gross failure of the international institutions, of the European Union, of the United States, well, not to mention the United Kingdom, perhaps the worst of them all, and the press. This is the result. And I invite whoever doubts about it, I mean, go there, speak with people, speak with the Bangladeshis and see what your thoughts will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this powerful statement, Paolo. Now we would like to hear Dr. Habibi Milat. Sorry, questions and remarks after the three speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting in this conference. I will start from there where Paolo stopped. He said that what Dr. Yunus has done over the last 18 months. I'll start with my hometown. I live in a northern part of the country, and is one of the districts. Bangladesh has 64 districts. So on 4th and 5th August, this government was, I will have all the evidence that 31 people have been killed, and 15 of them are police officers. More than 600 buildings, government offices, and also properties have been vandalized or set on fire for 2 days. And there are many judicial cases where the case has been done, but that criminals have been done, though have been sufferer. Accused were those who they cannot give any, they cannot do any case. Only that they can do is they are accused of that they have done that. After that, if I go there, if you see in Gopalganj on 16th of July, the army killed 5 students, direct shoot, lethal bullet in Gopalganj. 124 MPs, most of them are elderly, 80 plus, they're in the prison last 16, 17, 18 months. They're not even getting bail. If somebody can commit crime, he should be punished, he should, but he has the right to get justice. He had the right to get bail, they're not getting. If you see this one, this is a state of mob violence. There is no rule of law in the country at the moment. And there is no judicial system, or is censored or totally controlled by the Jamatis, Hizbut Tahrirs, and other religious extremists. We need to save the country. The country was promising booming in economy, but the change in August 2024, that had changed. There are QR code, links, photographs, everything. 637 people were died in between August 2024 to July 2025. You will get all those documents online on globalcdg.org. And if you want, if I have your email address, I can forward it to you. Bangladesh is a secular country. There are 90 to 93% are Muslim. They are very moderate. 7-8% Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, and different religion lives there. But the Jamaat is trying to establish Islam the way they want to see. The other religious people like Muslim, as you mentioned, Ahmadiyya, they're tortured, they're killed. I'll give you the statistics on that. But 185 Sufis shrines have been demolished. If you see the pictures, it's all documented. So the world community, the international community should do something about that. Awami League was on power last 15 years. Again, I'm saying if there any wrongdoing of them, they can be punished, but not the party at all. Party has been banned from any activities by an ordinance with the illegal or illegitimate government, Dr. Yunus's government. Awami League is the biggest and oldest party, 76 years old. It has supporters more than 50% any time in the history. And they are now doing an election without many parties, including Awami League. They don't want to participate in Awami League because of if they participate, they may win and take over the country again as a power. But that's why they have ordinance, by ordinance they did it. They killed 537 Awami League leaders and activists. You can get all the documented evidence here. And is most of them, Dr. Yunus declared indemnity. I'll kill you, you'll be punished for that. But you kill me, you get indemnity. Nothing will happen to you. Twice they gave indemnity in last 18 months. He's a Peace Nobel Prize winner. He did that. But the world community, especially the Western Europe, the United States, they think Dr. Yunus has a big image worldwide. He has 3-0 theory. I don't know what does it mean really, but as Paulo said, that the microcredit was there many years ago. You know, what do you think if you will kill law enforcement authorities? In one day, in my hometown, they killed 15 police officers. Countrywide, 44 police officers. All the photos, their identity, everything is here. You can see that. Out of 500 police stations, 480 police station was vandalized, looted, set on fire, and killed police. All the pictures and everything is there. And they looted about 6,000 modern firearms with more than 650,000 bullets, not yet recovered in 18 months. And probably that will be used in the forthcoming election, as we can see the way. Extrajudicial killing in Bangladesh has gone up tremendously as torture of the women, torture of the children, minority communities. You know, in 55 years of history, Bangladesh never has seen in such a scale. This is the wallpaper. On that website, you will get the updated copy. 86 people were killed in the police or custody in that few months. And if you, this book is what in 1 year Dr. Yunus has done to abuse and violate the human rights. This one, the book, if you have, you can have a look. Bangladesh, Yunus and Assault on History. Complete picture of what he has done over the last 18 months. So I will request international community, media, diplomats, to look into that. 200 million people in this country lives. 20 million Awami League supporters are homeless, or they cannot stay at home at the moment because of if they can go back, they will be tortured, they will be extorted, or they will be involved in the mob violence. Women, children, women are banned from paying footballs. Even the Bangladesh bank, which is the national bank, as you know, the central bank, they said women should wear hijab, otherwise they cannot come to the office. Of course, because of the lot of protest that has been taken away. But that's the way Jamatis and other are infiltrating in everywhere. If we do not act now, it will be too late. It will be impossible to repair. So I will request you all, not only those who are here, you, your friends, your community, please help us. As a person, I'm in the Europe. I will probably survive, but my relatives are suffering at the moment. My friends are suffering. My fellow colleagues are suffering. I need your support. I need your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milad, for your appeal to both this audience and the international community. We will bring that up later, especially with our debate on the role of the media. Now I would like to turn our third and last speaker in this panel, Priyashit Debsarkar. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this August panel. I thank the organizers. I thank my fellow panelists and the audience, because we are here for the audience, and those who are joining online as well. A very warm greetings from this August panel. I have got a presentation. Can somebody, yeah, but how is it? Oh, okay, thank you. So I've got two parts to my submission. So first I will give some historical context, and I think that has already been discussed, but just to put some figures and facts. So the Bangladesh Liberation War, also known as the Bangladesh War of Independence, was, oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. So the Bangladesh Liberation War, also known as the Bangladesh War of Independence, was an armed struggle revolution triggered by the Bengali nationalist and self-determination movement in East Pakistan. The war coincided with the 1971 Bangladesh genocide, which we have already discussed, and resulted in the independence of Bangladesh. And we also need to remember that the population in 1971, 54% of that was Bengali or from East Pakistan. So probably this is the first point in history where the majority percentage of representation of a country decided to break away from the minority. So this is very important, because we always think Pakistan as West Pakistan, but the population representation of the East was much higher compared to the West. And we have some reference points like the 1947, the partition of the Indian subcontinent, 1952 language movement, then the 6-point agenda by Sheikh Mujib, Cyclone Bhola 1970, then the general election. There was a concert for Bangladesh in the Madison Square Gardens. Pandit Ravi Shankar and George Harrison were one of the key movers who actually took the name Bangladesh even before 16 December, that was on 1st of August. Then we have the Mukti Bahini 9-month-old war, refugee crisis, and then eventually surrender of the West. So I just want to go to the next slide, please. And next slide. It is estimated that almost 30 million Bengali population from East Pakistan were killed or perished. On the night of Operation Searchlight, almost 50,000 civilians were murdered in the capital Dhaka alone. We have got multiple sites in Khulna and Jallad Khana in Dhaka, where the largest killing fields of the country has been documented. The women and children paid the penultimate price. It is estimated between 200,000 to 400,000 Bengali women were raped, violated by the West Pakistani army and its collaborators during the 9-month-old war. It is, again, an approximate figure of 30,000 of the women committed suicide from the torture and the humiliation by the Pakistani army. Christian missionaries outside Bangladesh and orphanages adopted around 5,000 war babies result from these rapes and violation, and 30 to 40 million citizens of East Pakistan were internally displaced, mostly seeking refuge in India during this 9-month-old period. Okay, so next slide, please. International media, again, I have done my research and from credible media sources. So we got the University of Cambridge. You can go online and see Imagining Traitors, the Raped Woman and Sexual Violence during the Bangladesh War 1971. The Guardian, it's got a report of a survivor and the heading is "We Lay Like Corpses in the 1970 Rape Camps." The next slide, please. If you want to have a read, there are a few very good books which are around. So, of course, Gary J. Bass, The Blood Telegram, which is based on Archer Blood's telegram to Washington on the night of the Operation Searchlight. And we have the legendary article by Anthony Mascarenhas on the Sunday Times calling the word genocide, which first brought the horrors of East Pakistan to the Western theater. So again, it is estimated that around 80 to 100,000 regular troops and other members of Auxiliary Association of the East Pakistanis and the Punjabi, basically the West Pakistan Army, they surrendered during they surrendered in 1971, 16 December, and this is the second highest surrender post the Second World War. So we have to keep that in mind as well. It is estimated over 1,100 members of the noted intellectuals, journalists, teachers, physicians, lawyers, writers, and members of the civil society who were the actual brain of East Pakistan, were targeted and eliminated before the surrender, resulting in a bankrupt nation. So now if we come forward, and I think I'll pick up where Paolo and Dr. Milad has left. So next slide, please. So present day, so this is a research article which has been published in Juster, and basically the synopsis is that from January to May 2025, Bangladesh has witnessed a rise in religious extremism worsened by ongoing political instability. There is mob violence targeting those who are seen un-Islamic, signals an effective counter-radicalization. There is growing concern about Bangladeshi youth being radicalized, including online and transnational extremist groups like the TTP, which is the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, and Hizb ut-Tahrir. Next slide, please. Okay, so governance and international concerns. Inability of the state to guarantee security through institutional means, including neutral policing and intelligence-led protection. I think policing, Dr. Milad has already mentioned. Erosion of public confidence in law enforcement agencies whose role is to provide equal protection under the law, so everybody is treated equally and fairly. A policy response driven by fear management than the risk in reduction, which may actually exacerbate the insecurity rather than resolve it. Implications of rule of law and electoral integrity. The political competition risk becoming coercive rather than democratic. Armed intimidation can suppress voter participation, because we already know that the Awami League has now been excluded from the upcoming elections. Electoral processes may lose credibility domestically and internationally, hence. For a country approaching electoral phase, such a measure are incompatible with international standards for a free, fair, and inclusive, peaceful election process. We have to also remember Bangladesh is a signatory to numerous international instruments like the Rome Statute, the UN conventions, and arbitrary treaties like New York and ISSID. Next slide, please. So there has been media reports, so we can definitely cite examples of Bloomberg, BBC, then the Organization of Human Rights in Oxford University, who has reported the abuse and the escalation of violence in Bangladesh. So these are a few of the examples. There's quite a lot, but I could only fit these for the moment. Could you go to the next slide, please? And what are the risks to the civilian society? So Bangladesh historically has maintained strict controls on civilian firearms. Again, a point which has been mentioned by Dr. Milad, and with the police stations being looted and unaccounted firearms and bullets, this poses a very significant risk. Escalation of political violence, the expansion of illegal arms circulation, increased civilian harms through misuse, theft, and retaliation. Accountability and straight responsibilities, issuing of firearms to political candidates prior to upcoming elections could be very dangerous. The state is currently unable or unwilling to provide adequate protection through lawful, neutral, and professional security services. This constitutes a failure of duty by the interim government, which particularly accountability rests on the Home Ministry, which is overseeing the policing and internal security situation in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we now come to the minorities situation currently in Bangladesh, for religious minorities, they have always borne the brunt of these attacks. The violence is the latest chapter in a long history of discrimination, segregation that stretches back to the country's independence and the legacy of colonialization. In the 1947 partition and the bloody liberation war of 1971, which the Hindu, Ahmadi, Buddhist, Christian, LGBT members of the population in particular were targeted. And again, I have quoted very credible media sources like the BBC of the Hindu monk who has been arrested in Chittagong, Al Jazeera, Daily Finland, things like that. So they are very credible media outlets who have covered these stories. Next slide, please. So the Human Rights Congress of Bangladesh minorities under the UDHR and International Bill of Rights, they have come up with a very statistical review. So I'm not going to go into too much details because there's a lot of numbers, but you can see they have established now that there is almost certainly 116 cases of minority deaths and violence in Bangladesh. And you can see from the figure, Dhaka, the capital, is probably one of the main hotbeds, followed by Chittagong, and then other cities like Borishal, Mymensingh, Khulna, Rangpur, things like that. Next slide, please. So we have talked about Dipu Das, I think it has been mentioned, who's not only brutally killed, but then burned. But apart from him, there is a long list of people who have been murdered, like targeted murdered, mob lynching, suspicion of death, custodial death, then state-level lethal force, like use of unmatched lethal force, and arson-related deaths. So I have tried to capture as much as possible, but it's not, I did not get the liberty to include everybody's name, but the most horrific ones are listed here. So, and I think the organizers will share the slide so you can look for yourself. The next slide, please. Alignment with international norms. Again, I think we have discussed this, but what the key point is that the UN Human Rights Office has got like a designated office in Dhaka, Bangladesh since July 2025. We from this forum want to ask that what they have done in order to at least condemn and stop the appalling acts of violence and degradation which are being perpetrated against the Hindus and other minorities in Bangladesh. So we want to ask this question, and I think it's a very fair question to ask and get some responses back from that Office of the Human Rights Watch in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. So suppression of press freedom, again, under Dr. Yunus, the acts of violence are listed here, and you can see there is almost 878 documented acts of violence against press and media outlets. And we've got some organizations like the Never Again organization on Shariar Kabir. He has been jailed without charge and again not given bail. Then we got the Telegraph has reported Shamul Datta again, who was a very reputed journalist who is now in custody in Bangladesh without a charge. Next slide, please. The aggression on press and Bengali culture. So recently we saw two of the very fundamental pillars of Bangladeshi journalism, the Pratham Alo and the Daily Stars. Their offices were ransacked, burned to the ground. And not only that, cultural institutions like Chayanot and Udichi, they stand for pluralistic Bengali culture, irrespective of caste, religion, gender. Their offices, you can see the musical instruments are also being ransacked. So there is a real threat to the Bengali identity, and it's all been perpetrated under the interim government's watch. Next slide, please. So again, the concluding remarks, some of them have already been covered, so I'd like to just focus on the ones which have not. So ensuring swift actions on deliberately delayed and stalled investigations, especially mob lynching, alleged blasphemy, rumor-driven extrajudicial executions, enforcing that the law as currently there is an undeclared immunity, again, indemnity immunity, which has been awarded to the ruling dispensation who work without any fear of law, including acts of murder, arson, rape, abduction, vandalism, and other atrocities in Bangladesh. So I'll just come to my last slide. And if you look at this slide, so the Jamaat-e-Islami is now contesting 179 seats of the 253. And out of their nomination, not a single one is a woman candidate they have filed. If you, and this is a very stark reality, imagine if that was to happen in Western Europe, what a hue and cry would be. Just because it is happening in Bangladesh, I think there is an absolute silence. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We've just heard three powerful statements about the situation in Bangladesh today, but also related to what happened in 1971. And the question that we have to ask ourselves today is what can we do with the knowledge that we have today? Because in 1971, the world was able to look away. Although the blood telegram, it's mentioned in one of the speeches, the blood telegram was there in 1971. So back then, a part of the world knew what was happening in Bangladesh. But today, everybody knows. And it is a political choice to look away today, to pay more attention to other crises like Ukraine, Russia, like the US, Greenland, like Israel and Gaza. And it is up to us, people involved, either with roots in Bangladesh or with activities in human rights or in politics, to decide what we can do today. And the urgent call that comes from this panel is clear. We cannot morally look away and be aware of what's happening in Bangladesh today and still not pay attention to that. So I would like to make that the focus of what we discuss in this first panel. And I've seen three contributions that come very close to each other. So I would rather go to the floor, with your permission, to the floor and to see what remarks are made there or questions to be asked. There was one lady, yes, who wanted to ask a question to the first speaker. So I'll go to you, Tambira. I'll go to you first, and I'll give the second mic to our guests. So when you have a question or when you make a remark, please also mention the person that you would like to ask the question to, and be a good sport. Don't say, I want all three to answer that question, because then we'll be here in the first panel still at 4 o'clock, and we don't have that much time. So please mention the person that you would like to ask your question to. So Tambira is going to be the first. I'm going to give you the mic, and could you?
Yes. Good. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. First question is, it's not a question, just a remark that Dr. Yunus did not win Nobel for economical reason or economical background. He had a Nobel Prize on Peace. So it has absolutely nothing to do with economics, microcredit or whatever. And second thing is a question to you. I like to know your opinion. In the whole world, there are political parties, man versus man, women versus women, women versus man, all kinds of narratives. But why in Bangladesh, as you are busy with Bangladesh, there were two ladies, and always in negative side or in undermined side, yeah, these two ladies. Why is that? Why is it stating like that? And in the whole world, like in US and everywhere, men are playing, it's more man world. Sorry for my, I find it that as you mentioned it explicitly, these two ladies in Bangladesh, why is that mindset? That I really want to know from you, why is that mindset? The whole world, the men are playing versus men, why you have to be so negative that the two ladies can't be there? So that's one thing. Can I go with the second question or? Okay, that one is for Mr. Milad. You told in your speech that Awami League is the largest and oldest political party in Bangladesh. Then so many, after in 2024, since the moment our ex-prime minister left, started all the violation or attack, police stations were looted and all. How come that if they are the largest, what is the power where from other people came on in 1 minute? Or in so quickly, if they are so largest, so popular, so everything, I find the narratives doesn't go together. If you are the popular one, biggest one, how can be that within 5 minutes or 5 days, it turned just in from upside down? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two questions for two of our speakers. Paolo, you first, please.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I fully agree with both your comments. Exactly. It should not have to do nothing with peace. If he would be awarded a business prize, okay, that could make some sense. Peace prize makes no sense whatsoever. But anyway, the documents are public. You can consult them, and actually there is zero on peace. It's everything on the issue of microcredit, the reason why of his nomination. And I fully agree with you as well on the issue of the two ladies. I think there is a misogynist prejudice there. But, you know, other than this, the issue is that in Bangladesh, of course, you have many parties like in many other places, but the two parties that are more deep-rooted are actually the BNP and the Awami League. And at the time, the two ladies were the ones heading. I mean, just one of them passed away very recently, so it has been like that for a very long time. And so it was a way to say, oh, these parties and democracy, this is the problem, you know, right? That was the underlying message. I did get some time, you know, to understand. But what is absolutely fascinating to me is that this underlying message that was obvious, you know, from the military people in the think tanks and the religious and so on, would say, oh, we can expect that. But that was the United Nations as well. That was United Nations and the Clintons and whatever you name it, all these people on a very sophisticated way. You know, for you to understand, you would have to go, you know, round and round and round with a lot of a cover up. But in the end, that was it. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Milad.
Thank you. I try to be very brief. First of all, the narrative you said about the two ladies. Bangladesh is male-dominated country, predominantly Muslims, and the Islamic or Muslim extremists trying to create a narrative that women cannot come forward. That's why they did it. You can see, Priyojit already told that out of 300 seats, Jamaat hasn't given nomination to any women. 300 male are competing. The other party, BNP, Bangladesh National Party, they given only 9 out of 300. Bangladesh Awami League has never given less than 50 seats among 300 seats. Number two, Awami League is the oldest because of the party Bangladesh has. Awami League is 76 years old. That's why it is oldest. And largest, how can you compare? Because you have to see the result of the election. And there are controversy about the last 3 elections, so I'm not talking about that. But previous election, the last one, 2008, Awami League got 48.4% vote and with the alliance is more than 55%. So that's why it is oldest and largest party. Why Awami League has to live? Because of from 1971, the defeated Jamaatis, the defeated Pakistanis, they are trying to take over and they're planning for a long time. On the top of that, US aid poured directly 29 million and indirectly 21 million US dollar over the last few years. And also 3rd of August, Volker Turk, the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner, he called Chief of Army Staff and threatened him that if anything goes wrong, we will stop taking UN peacekeeping. We will not take Bangladesh as a UN peacekeeping. So they have to bow down at that time. And last thing is that Sheikh Hasina didn't want it any more bloodshed because what happened, it has happened. Because there are so many, as you know, 700 religious extremists was released from the jail. They broke, all documented, 17 prison in Bangladesh. And they came out with the arms and they started fighting. So keep the democracy, keep the people alive, keep the peace in the country. She left the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've got a couple of more questions, so I'm going to do 2 questions at the same time. Sir,
Yeah. Yeah, so my question is sort of for Paolo. So there must be some key, I know you've given up on international institutions, but I've got to be optimist. So EU has a trade GSP plus or other sort of mechanisms. There must be a mechanism that can be applied. Maybe if you think optimistically, what can be done?
Hold that question. Mic to the gentleman in the back. The second question. 2 questions at the same time. Yes. The gentleman in the back, yes, please. Then shoot, and then I have
Good afternoon. I have honor to speaker and respected everyone in these events. I am Mustafa Zaman, President of Netherlands Awami League. It is part of Bangladesh Awami League, led by our PM and party president, Sheikh Hasina. I will not ask any question, but on behalf of the Netherlands Awami League, I would like to submit to your hand a press release from us in the context of human rights violation in Bangladesh. If you allow me, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. I did not at all give up on the United Nations. You know that the working group on arbitrary detentions, that, by the way, is under the grip of Walter Turk, who was the most disgracious of the persons on the Bangladesh, made a marvelous document. If you want, it's a sort of judgment on a key arrest by the Bangladeshi authorities. Shahryar Kabir, a very good friend, and I think he is a symbol of human rights and democracy in the country, and secularism. I mean, actually, I do think I've never seen an intellectual as good as he is in terms of secularism. Okay, and this body of the United Nations, they made an absolute clear judgment saying that the detention was arbitrary, that he should be released immediately, that he should be compensated, and that the reasons given to the United Nations for his arrest were outrageous, which they are. Fundamentally was his opinion in a television show, which is an opinion I agree with, which is a secular opinion. So I did not give up. It's a complex game. I mean, I would say, the issue of the media, I would say the opposite, because I was a child. I mean, I understood nothing about what the hell is Bangladesh. I mean, I did not know. But I did know George Harrison. I did know Joan Baez. And, Hare Krishna. Actually, I do not want to offend our Hindu friends, because when I spoke about it, one specific Hindu, he told me, "Wow, it's Hare Krishna. This is this is not serious. This is not serious Hinduism." So I'm not getting into there. Okay. but anyway, they were very shiny. I mean, I did see a lot of Hare Krishna in my country, in Portugal, And so it was one of the first things I paid attention to was to Bangladesh in terms of human rights. It was and now you look at the press. It is outrageous. It goes to the modern silence. It's really a lie. It's a big lie what we have about Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. Next question for you.
Yeah, I have a lot of remarks and questions, but I won't do that. Only focusing on one thing, on two terms that I heard, and that's ideology and blasphemy. Because I think that the very strong factor of all the problems is usually religion. So I'm not going to talk about politics now. Ideology, there was one gentleman over there who talked about ideology being a Hindu and then about the ideology of other religions. And you can't generalize. I mean, the ideology is usually the ideology of a certain group of extremists or people who thinks, and that is in all religions, that the groups usually think that they have the right religion and that in everything concerning religion, they know the right thing, and so they condemn the rest, even if it's within their own religion of Islam, of Christianity, even Buddhists. And there was one Buddhist priest in Myanmar who called himself the Buddhist Hitler, relating to the expulsion of the Rohingyas. So this is about ideology, and then blasphemy. We had in the Netherlands, we had blasphemy law. Now, until recently, because you were not allowed to curse and to use swear words. Now they removed it from the law only a couple of years ago. I don't know exactly the time when they removed it, but not long ago. So the problem is not just the blasphemy laws, but the interpretation of a lot of people, because they abuse the blasphemy laws, accusing people falsely, and usually people of other minorities and other people to accuse them. And then there's the craziness of mobs and people who don't wait for a trial, because they never executed in a country like Pakistan, in Bangladesh, I don't know. The government didn't execute people because of that. The death sentence is never used for blasphemy. It's the people on the street who do it. So my question is, and I wanted to ask it to Dr. Millet, aren't there any movements, in this case in Bangladesh, who are trying to focus on the change of mentality? Because that is the problem. You can go to the United Nations. It's not a problem of the United Nations only. It's the problem is within the country itself, within the groups of people. They have a certain mentality. And are trying to influence each other, to instigate each other to do these things. And I was wondering if there aren't any movements to change this mentality and to focus on this kind of things.
Interesting observation. Please hold that question, but go to the second question. Is this fine?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not a question, it's more or less remarks. We are talking about last 18 months, but minorities are under repression, I would say, for almost 50 years or even more. and it has no government, not a single government, try to take any drastic actions for them and how they feel. All the governments, including now this, that Jamaat Islami or whatever is trying to come to power, they're using the minorities as a kind of trump card. That, oh, look, we have a Hindu applicants, or we have, always they don't care what they feel, what they want. No one is taking care of them, just using them as a kind of trump card. 50 years ago, when Bangladesh got independent from Pakistan, we had 30%, among 100% population, 30% minorities. But now, today, we only have 7%. They don't feel safe. What did we do to make them feel safe? And it's like always, if there's something happens in India against the Muslims, spill over in Bangladesh, and then start attacking Hindus or Buddhists or whatever. And not a single government, not a single political party. They use them as a kind of card, or kind of like trying to, oh, okay, stay with us, we'll protect you. But in principle, why they need protection? They are also equal citizen like any other Muslim or whatever the religious identity is. Why they need to be taken care of by you? They are equal citizen like you. And what about that? How do they feel? They don't feel safe. They don't feel like it's their own country. And like rest of the population, they said, oh, they don't love this country, they love India, or they love whatever. But no one asks them what they feel, what they want.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I did hear a question, so I'm going to ask that to Priyashit. First, Dr. Milad on the first...
Thank you. Thank you for asking that question about the blasphemy and change of mentality. As the nation, Bengali nation, they are secular. They love to live each other with harmonious community, and there is no problem with them. When the religious extremists, the number or percentage is very minimum, but the country like Bangladesh, there are 200 million people lives there. If 1%, that about 2 million. So if they want to create anarchy, it is difficult to stop, not only in Bangladesh, anywhere. But we have to look at that, whether it is state-sponsored or state-patronized, or somebody is patronizing it behind that. We need to find out those people. And it already identified, we know who are they. But as a democratic country, without proof, it is difficult to do anything about them. But still, at the moment, and also you need to look at the statistics in 55 years of Bangladesh. What happened in 1971 or 85 or 96, and which government was in power in that time. So you need to do that. Because the blasphemy and those sort of things has increased over the last 18 months. Even in last 45 years, different government was in power. We heard not many as now we're hearing. So we have to look at that. But yeah, of course, mentality change is an option, but those people are brainwashed. They will not change their mentality. That is the problem. And it is everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Milad, the final...
Thank you very much. It's very true and very interesting fact which you have highlighted. And I think it stems from the two-nation theory. And I would concur with the professor here of that genocidal concept of the other. So in the two-nation theory, it was documented, or rather publicized, and then sold, the fact that the Hindus and the Muslims, the two predominantly larger communities, cannot live together, and hence there has to be a two-state solution, rather a three-state. So, and then that concept of the other. So, of course, the minorities have always been targeted or violated. However, I would like to draw your attention to the proportionality and the timeline. So in 18 months, we have seen a phenomenal rise of the attacks, irrespective, again, not only Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, Ahmadis, members of the LGBT community, cultural organizations, as I have mentioned in my slides. And if you then cast that to, let's say, a 10-year or 15-year of previous governments, I think the proportionality logic has to be applied in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have two more speakers, and I'd like to close the floor. There is enough opportunity later this afternoon after the coffee break this session.
Quick question to whomever can answer. Can you confirm, when it comes to mob violence, that there are 0 women participating?
That's a clear question, yes. We'll leave that up to the panel for you to answer. Then we'll go to the last question in this session. That's the gentleman in the back.
To Mr. Habib, I want to ask you a question. I think not proper name, right? Habib again?
Dr. Milad.
Habib Milad. I do have a question to you and to maybe the whole public. During the recognition in some parliaments of the Armenian genocide, the Armenian people left the Greeks and the Kurds alone, because before that they were also describing, hey, there is genocide to all people. The problem is that when you don't specify a group, as in this case the Hindus that are like 80% of the victims, whether 1981 or now, then you will not have recognition of genocide. What is your thinking about that? Because I do think that in all your three speeches, the focus was with minorities, but you have to specify the biggest victim of that.
Maybe that's a question for our genocide scientist, Dr. Holslag. I would like to refer that question to Mr. Holslag, but for the first question, Dr. Milad.
The answer is yes. It's not the, you can see the picture ability here. So I read out. She is Musammad Asma Khatun. Husband's name is Abdul Qadir, and her address is Moniram Bari, Muktagacha, Mymensingh, Bangladesh. And she was killed on 5th of August 2024.
That was not the question. The aggressors, the mob, within the mob, there were women within the mob.
Yes. And we have seen every week, 1 or 2, every week, they are involved in that as well. And what they're doing is they're not involving with the mob, they are also involving in extortion. They put their photo or videos in the social media. That's they're a leader, they can do anything, whatever they want, because there is no rule of law in the country. And they go to the businessman, they go to the opposition political leader, ask for money, otherwise they give threat for giving murder cases or fabricated cases. So that's why they are torturing the people in different ways. The percentage I say, probably the total, those who created mob, 15% to 10% are women. Even when the Bangabandhu Museum, the birthplace of Bangladesh's independence, that was bulldozed and set on fire. The ladies, few ladies were leading the mob. And last few weeks ago, when the Bangladeshi #1 newspaper, the Daily Pratham Alo, and #1 most circulated English newspaper, the Daily Star, if you see, that was in 18th of last month, 18th of December. If you go to the newspaper, you will see ladies are leading, hijabis are leading. So yes, that is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final question to Dr. Holslag.
Yeah, about the Armenian genocide. First of all, it's not been recognized. So let's get that straight. It's not been recognized. And also, genocides are very, very messy. What I mean by that is that if you look at what happened in the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't only the Armenians. You had Assyrians, Armenians who were also a victim. And if you look at, for example, the Holocaust, you have the Roma and the Sinti. So you have different groups who are often persecuted. You also have a main group. Now, if you want to have recognition about the persecution of minorities, because that's where your question was leading, it is difficult. Recognition of genocide is very, very, very hard. So let me be very blunt and direct about that. I think you are in a better position, and then I'm leading also to an answer of you, Sital, I think you are in a better position if you talk about human rights abuses and violations. I think you can make a stronger legal case in this scenario. That said, however, yes, of course, Hindus, Buddhists are more persecuted. And that's why Genocide Watch is focusing on the Chittagong Hills tracks, right? They're really focusing on one area. And that's because genocide is so hard to prove if you look at it globally. So I hope that answers your questions a bit, but it's a very uphill fight. Yeah, there's definitely a case to be made. Yeah. Now, there is definitely a case to be made, but like I tried to explain in the address that I made earlier, what's going to be very hard to do is that if you look at the genocide... Yeah. 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 Yeah, I agree, and but at the same time, I'm kind of careful at the same time because I've been in many discussions about this. I've even been to Yerevan in Armenia, and the thing is that even though numbers count, in the end, when you look at the Genocide Convention, what really counts is the definition of genocide and all the aspects of genocide. So is there a machinery behind it? Has it been organized? So spontaneous act, as I try to explain when you talk about creeping genocide, is not popular accepted, right? So here you come already to a very big uphill fight. So I'm just trying to be very honest. So it's very difficult. I agree, there is definitely a form of ethnic cleansing, and I think you have a better case in ethnic cleansing than genocide.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude this round with making two remarks. The first remark would be that I have to join Dr. Holslag when it comes to numbers. Genocide is not defined by the number of casualties. It can be genocidal when it is only a relatively small number. It has to do with intent, it has to do with state involvement, it has to do with many aspects. It's not the number by itself that defines whether or not it is a genocide. And the second is the remark that Dr. Holslag made, that the Armenian genocide is not recognized. It is not recognized by the United Nations, but fortunately it is recognized by various countries, also by the Dutch Parliament. And I think that political recognition is of great importance. And therefore I think that if the Netherlands or any other country, the United States, is under debate in the United States by law, a bipartisan law, recognizing the Armenian genocide. So if that is adopted by a parliament, then that is an important political step. So coming from political recognition to universal recognition by the United Nations is an important way to go forward. So I applaud every country, every parliament that recognizes the Armenian genocide or the 1971 genocide of Bangladesh. That being said, I would like to thank the gentlemen of our esteemed panel. Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We will now have our coffee break, a longer coffee break, and then we will be back for our second panel. Thank you very much.
In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margin.
It's not an option. Ladies
At
and
Global
gentlemen,
Human Rights Defense,
the coffee
we
and
believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world
Could everyone please take their seats? I would like to start our second panel. Everyone please take your seats so that we can... Yes. We're about to start our second panel about the role of the media. We had originally 3 speakers, but we have a 4th speaker who I will present in a minute. And during our coffee break, somebody asked me, "Who are you?" Which reminded me of the fact that I haven't mentioned my own name. My name is Harry van Bommel. I was asked to moderate this event this afternoon. I do public affairs for Global Human Rights Defense, and in daily life I work as a strategic advisor to one of our municipalities in the Netherlands, a city called Zwolle. And before that I was a member of parliament for nearly 2 decades, and that's basically why I'm still involved in international relations, working both on issues related to Bangladesh and the wider region of Asia. And also I work for as a human rights activist, but also public affairs for an NGO called Africa in Motion. So that's enough about me. We're going to go now to our 4 speakers in the second panel. Please welcome Andy Vermouth, Navin Ramcharan, please have a seat, Dina Perla Portnar, and the 4th speaker, Satish Sharman. I'll introduce them to you briefly. Andy Vermouth is an advocate for sustainable farming and environmental protection, focusing on climate change and air quality. His work highlights the human rights impact of environmental degradation and the need to protect vulnerable communities. He promotes a transition to low-carbon economy and sustainable agricultural practices. Second speaker in our panel is Navin Ramcharan. He's a Dutch politician and public administration specialist with a background in public administration and sociology. He's the founder of the student party Liberi Erasmi, Rotterdam, promoting academic freedom and democratic values. He's a former parliamentary candidate focusing on security, prosperity, migration, and strengthening democracy. Our third panelist is Dina Perla Portnar. She's an author, speaker, and critical thinker focusing on humanism and the ethical consequences of belief systems. Her work addresses minority protection, women's and children's safety, and moral dilemmas within practices. She's a TEDx Amsterdam women speaker, and author of the forthcoming novel Memos from the Edge, which is to be published March this year. We're going to start our second panel about the role of the media with Andy Vermouth. Please give a hand to Andy Vermouth.
Is this so? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow seekers of truth, warriors against injustice, guardians of the human spirits, defenders of the forgotten. We gather here today not in the comfort of distant halls, but in the fire of righteous anger. Not just to remember the ghosts of the past, but to confront a timeless bleeding, a struggle that rips at the soul of humanity. A struggle exploding right now in the heart of Bangladesh. the raging storm of hate, of fire and blood, crashing down on our Hindu brothers and sisters under the darkness of Muhammad's, Yunus's so-called rule. Oh, how it pains me to say this. I cannot stand by in silence with the weight of this all. This is no new story, my friends. This is no fleeting nightmare. It's well documented throughout history, a long line of suffering passed down through generations. From the dawn of history, when temples stood radiant in daylight, to nights so dark that pleas and screams vanish into silence. From the earliest ages when sacred stones stood proud in the sun, to nights of terror where no one comes. When darkness descends on one people, on the gentle, resilient Hindus of Bengal, it endangers us all. It taints the air we breathe, and it demands our righteous anger. It corrupts the moral air we share, and it calls for outrage. Yet, the world's newspapers, their screens flickering with trivial distractions, fall early silent, as if their precious lives, mothers torn from children, elders crushed under boots, do not matter, as if their blood is invisible ink. But today, I, Andy Vermouth, stand before you and draw a line. Enough, no more. Join me in this moment of truth. Enough, no more. Let us look at their history and at wounds that have never healed. But today I stand before you with a conviction and declare again and again, enough, no more. Let us revisit these burned pages of history together and face suffering that remains painfully real. Go back with me to 1946, the Noakhali, that hellish inferno. Thousands of Hindus slaughtered like animals in the streets. Innocent men hacked to pieces. Women violated in the most barbaric ways. Their honor, their dignity, trampled by mobs, intoxicated with blind hatreds. Homes burned to the ground. Villages left as cemeteries. The air hung heavy with dead. Can you hear their cries? They have not faded. The grave still haunts our soul. Then, the partition of 1947, a wound that never healed. Rivers ran red with the blood of the innocent. Hindus fleeing across borders in terror, leaving everything behind. Hindus, 1947, from 28% of the population dropped into 22% in a matter of days. Forced from homes under threats, families fractured, livelihoods erased, and then came the Enemy Property Acts, an instrument of dispossession that turned injustice into policy. People pushed out as if they had no right to exist. Families scattered, hopes extinguished. The Enemy Property Acts was the attack carried out with paper, stamps, and silence. Land was confiscated and homes were seized under the pretext of enemy status, solely because they were Hindu. Solely because they were Hindu. Generations of work were wiped away with a single signature. This was institutionalized theft, a slow suffocation of a Hindu community. Fast forward to 1971, the Pakistan genocide in Bangladesh. Some people call it the Bangladesh genocide. I prefer to say the blackest chapter of modern horror. 3 million, by many accounts, were killed by Pakistani forces and associated local militias. And who endured the worst of it? Yes, the Hindu communities, deliberately singled out and pursued without impunity. Is this history forgotten? 9 million refugees fled to India, their lives in tatters. Women raped en masse, children orphaned in the mud. The world watched, the world knew, but did little. The pain of that year still weeps from every surviving heart. The years that follow were no kinder. 1990, waves of riots, temples desecrated, Hindus beaten and killed for daring to exist. 2017, another surge of violence, homes looted, families displaced. 2019, the attacks multiplied, a relentless barrage, thousands fleeing, their fate under siege. And now, today, only 8% of Bangladesh remains Hindu. 8%. A deliberate fading. A genocide by attrition. A warning written not in ink, but in the blood of the innocent, screaming from the pages, if we do not act, they will vanish entirely. This history is not abstract. It is a story of stolen futures, of a people's spirits crushed under the boots of intolerance. It breaks my heart. It ignites my rage. How can we stand idle? And so I cry out, break the media silence that protects these killers. Break the media silence that pretends this slaughter does not happen. If the media looks away, turning blind eyes to this horror, are they not complicit? Are they not also the ones with blood on their hands? Break the silence. Let the truth roar like a lion unleashed. Now, turn your gaze to the present times, my friends, to the nightmare unfolding even as I speak. Since August 5, 2024, when the interim government under Yunus took hold, hell has been unleashed. More than 2,900 vicious attacks on minorities, mostly Hindus, but also Buddhists, Christians, Ahmadiyya Muslims, documented in cold, unfeeling reports. Over 2,442 harms inflicted, beatings, burnings, rapes, murders. But these numbers can never capture the terror. Say their names. Let them be heard. Repeat after me, please. Dipu Chandra Das. Killed by fire. His cries met with silence. Say their names. let them be heard. Repeat after me, please. Amrit Mandal. Beaten down in the open as his life drained away. Say their names, let them be heard. Repeat after me, please. Proloy Chaki, who died behind bars, denied even the dignity of accountability. Say their names, let them be heard. Repeat after me, please. Samir Das. Stabbed repeatedly, abandoned on the pavement with the words kept scrolling on so many other names. 15 more in 6 weeks, 15 lives erased, and 15 families condemned to carry this weight forever. Children without a father, wives without their husbands, mothers without their sons. Temples vandalized and set ablaze, ancient idols smashed in fits of rage, homes torched, families fleeing into the night with nothing but the clothes on their backs, wandering like ghosts in their own land. This is no accident, no isolated incidents. This is ethnic cleansing in broad daylight. Under Yunus' impotent watch, he sits in power, this Nobel laureate, while his people, our people, bleeds. And the international media, they stay silent, their lips sealed by some unholy pacts. Break the media silence that protects these killers. Break the media silence that pretends this does not happen. If the media looks away, averting their ever eyes from this agony, are they not responsible? Do they not share in the guilt? Please break the silence. Let the truth roar. Let it shake the foundation of indifference. Why this deafening, soul-crushing silence? It is my deepest sorrow, a knife twisting in my guts. BBC, with its endless broadcasts. New York Times, Guardians of Truth Untold. Guardian, Voice of the Oppressed. CNN, the global watchdog. Al Jazeera, chronicler of Muslim pains. They fill hours, days with the suffering in Gaza and Ukraine. They weep on air for Muslim victims, day after day, their headlines screaming for justice. But when Hindus are murdered in cold blood, when they are burned alive, driven from their ancestral homes in Bangladesh, like rats from a sinking ship, nothing, a void, no front pages blaring the horror, no breaking news alerts piercing the nights, no outrage from anchors with furrowed brows. This is not journalism, my friends. It is betrayal. It is selective blindness, a deliberate erasure of Hindu suffering. When the media choose which victims deserve the spotlight, which tears are worthy of wiping, they decide which lives have value. Hindu lives, apparently worthless in their eyes. By staying silent, they shield the perpetrators, the machete-wielding mobs, the radical imams preaching hate. They give permission, no encouragement for more violence, more graves who will be dug in the dead of the night. They betray the very soul of the press, the sacred duty to amplify the voices. If a crime of this magnitude happens, the systematic annihilation of a people and the world's media pretend it did not, are they not partly responsible? Their inaction is a weapon in the hands of the oppressors. I feel the pain.
I
I feel the pain of every silenced victim in my bones. It fuels my unyielding passion for truth. Please break the media silence that protect these killers. Break the media silence that pretends this does not happen. If the media looks away, are they not responsible for the blood that flows unchecked? Break the silence. Louder than thunder. Fiercer than storm of hate. Now we come to the man at the center of this storm, Muhammad Yunus, Nobel Peace Prize winner. Hailed as a hero of microfinance, a beacon of hope, yet today he leads a government that fails, nay, abandons its own citizens to the wolves. He dares to call these atrocities political, not religious. What a lie! A pattern of a faith-based hatred stares him in the face, yet he denies it. Blind to the truth, he frees radicals from cells, unleashes them back into the streets to wreak more havoc, while jailing the innocent Hindus who dare to protest against their fates. Under his watch, the violence escalates, unchecked, unpunished. Where is the peace in his prize now? Should his Nobel Prize be withdrawn by the cold letter of the law? Perhaps no. But by the burning fire of morality, yes. 1,000 times yes. He betrays the very spirit of that prize. The promise of harmony, of protecting the vulnerable. It's a moral outrage, a stain on humanity's conscience. My blood boils at this hypocrisy. Break the media silence that protects the killers like Yunus. Break the media silence that pretends this does not happen under his regime. Break the silence, let the truth roar, demanding justice for every fallen soul. My friends, my fellow fighters in this eternal battle, this is our moment, the turning point, where apathy dies and action rises. To the media giants, the editors and the reporters, your silence is no longer acceptable. It is a sin against the truth. Your responsibility is clear as a day. Tell the full story. Without bias, without favoritism. Show these victims their faces, their tears, their unbreakable spirits. Give them the same relentless attention you lavish on others. Amplify their voices, or be forever changed. To the United Nations, the European Union, the United States, mighty powers with the tools of change demand accountability from Yunus and his government. Impose sanctions if needed, send observers, force the world to see. Do not let diplomacy blind you to genocides. To all of here, and also to those who cannot be here today, please raise your voice. Let it thunder. Share the stories. Flood the networks, the social network. Hashtag save Bangladeshi Hindus like a battle cry. Tweet it, post it, shout it from the rooftops, but do not let this horror disappear into the darkness of a sad story in our history books. Paint the streets with protest, rally your communities, hold vigils for the dead, but remember the full arc of this tragedy, from Noakhali flames to today's burning villages. It's one unbroken chain of suffering. We must snap it. One day, the moral arc of the universe will bend toward justice, as we all dream and dream. But it will not bend on its own. It requires your and our hands, your and our hearts, your and our unrelenting will. Only if we force it with passion and pain with the fire of truth blazing in our soul. Only if we break the silence once and for all, if we mean what we say about human rights, then this is the test. Stand with me for the Hindus of Bangladesh. Stand with me for every vulnerable minority, for human dignity itself. But please repeat after me. Enough, no more.
Enough, no more.
Stand with me, rise with me, speak with me. Thank you. May we have all the courage to act, and may justice prevail. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Shani. Now the floor is to Navin.
Hello? Yeah. Is it working? Yes. Okay. I think it's not working, right? No.
Battery is
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Naveen Ramcharan. I will keep it a little bit shorter, and I will go into the situation of Bangladesh. So as we have seen, there is recently a lynch or mob problem that is coming more out in the news. We've seen that the current interim Prime Minister Mohammed Yunus has categorized these kind of mob violences as fake news from India. We have seen that even the Dutch Parliament has categorized these attacks on Hindus as fake news, and it mesmerized me why. And in order to give an answer, we have to go back to the core issue, the roots of where this is coming from. So I want you to take you with me to 1947. 1947 is a very important year because in that year the partition took place. Right? We had the British rule in India, and actually there is something important you need to know before the partition took place, because there was actually like there were people. Sorry, the mic fell. Again. I think yeah, it's a weird start. I don't know. Yeah. Yes. So in 1947 the partition took place, and actually before the partition you have something to know, because before the partition the British were ruling into India, and at the end of the British colonialism the British wanted to leave because it was not more efficiently enough to stay in Britain, so in India for the British colonizers, so they wanted to leave. But they wanted to leave it very smartly. So what they did is they actually pushed a partition plan. So in that whole process of leaving British ruled India, there were certain groups that wanted like different wishes. So you had a group that wanted actually one big India. That was one group. But you had also the Muslim elites. And the Muslim elites, they were afraid that if you have one big India, then the Muslim people in that one big India will be victim of the majority. In a democratic system, you will never have the upper hand because you will lose all the elections. So what they wished for was a own state. So, long story short, they wanted their own state, and it happened. They started a election campaign for it, and the British went with it. Yes, and that is how the wish for an own state came. So then there was a man, his name was Sir Cyril Radcliffe. Maybe some of you know him. He was a British lawyer, and he got 5 weeks to draw the lines, the border lines for India. He never was before into India, and he just got 5 weeks. 5 weeks to actually create one of the biggest messes on earth right now. So what he did, one of the principles that he chose was to look at every state and select the state based on the majority on religion. So if the state was like Hindu majority, then it would become India. If the state was Muslim majority, it became Pakistan. So in that whole partition, you got Pakistan and East Bengal, right? These were the two separate nations. Bengal was split, and you had Punjab. These were the two biggest states that were split into 2 parts. So this was actually the creation, like the birth of Bangladesh as well. But here's the problem. This is where all the root causes start, because it all comes down to the Pakistani state's logic. You have to understand why Pakistan was created. It was created out of fear for the Hindu identity. It was created as an identity protection mechanism, and it was used, that whole identity campaign, in order to win their own campaign for having Pakistan. So in that campaign, if you want to be successful in every campaign, you need an opponent, you need a villain. So they created the Hindu as the villain, right? So that was the Pakistani state's logic. And after Pakistan got its own state, they actually took that whole campaign narrative into the legislation of Pakistan. It's still an Islamic state, and therefore there was no rights given to other minorities, especially for Hindus. And Bangladesh was the same. It was literally part of Pakistan. So that same constitution was applied into Bangladesh. So what happened after the partition? Previous speakers talked about it, how the independence movement created the birth of Bangladesh itself, and that was the year 1971. But after 1971, so the birth of Bangladesh was created by an independence movement, and when the independence was created by Sheikh, let me check if I pronounce his name correct. Yes, thank you very much. I struggle sometimes with his name. But his movement was to implement secularism in Bangladesh. So when he was successful in the whole coup, Bangladesh was created. Secularism was implemented. The problem is that you can change the law, but what happens with the system, right? You had a lot of people who were loyal to the old people from Pakistan. There was, after the whole independence movement, not enough evidence to replace the people who actually rule over the law, who have to apply these laws, right? So one of the laws that were that we are talking about, that the previous speaker was also talking about, was the Enemy Property Act, also right now known as the Vested Property Act. It is an act that says that if you are being suspected of enemy activities, then we have the right to take your property away. That's the Enemy Property Act. And in Bangladesh, this whole law is actually being misused to actually take the land away from Hindus. This is why in a lot of the statistics that you can analyze from everything that is happening within Bangladesh, majority comes from these kind of issues. And it's still a problem that the law is still there in Bangladesh because since the independence movement, the same people are still in charge of that whole system. There was never proof to replace these people. You have to imagine if you can change the people in front of the camera and in top of power, but the people behind all the scenes, people who are responsible for micromanaging all the minor laws. It's not an easy job to replace the whole system, especially if there is not enough evidence to replace them. So that is the current situation of Bangladesh. We still have the same system, juridical system, legal system, sorry, from Pakistan that is still being the same today in Bangladesh. With just different people. We had the Awami League, which was, of course, the party which was very important during the independence movement. They changed on time power with the Bangladesh National Party. They change when they are in power and when not. And actually what you see is that they struggle with which law will be take the upper hand. So when the Awami League is in power, you will see less attacks on Hindus, and when you see the Bangladesh National Party in parliament, you see more attacks on Hindus because they give more room for all the people who are below, like in the system in charge, to get away with selective use of these laws. So that is this is more an institutional analysis that I gave you. I promised to keep it short, so I will come down to a conclusion. So the point that we are talking about was about the media. So why is it that we do not see a lot about this in the media? Well, first of all, as I said, Bangladesh issue is actually in the core an issue between India and Pakistan. And you have to understand that the West is using Pakistan as a strategic ally. They are not really like real friends, but you have to understand that America, for example, the USA, they uses Pakistan as a strategic ally. In the past, they did it in order to go into Afghanistan. It has to do with geographical advantages that Pakistan could offer America, and that is how the ally was started. And therefore, if you ally with Pakistan, you also create a natural enemy, which is India. And that always was taken with them into the Western world. And the people who made that decision, who were still in charge when they choose to be an ally with Pakistan, they are still alive. They are still making the choices today. So these people, they caused the reason why we have a natural enemy attitude towards India, and therefore also towards Hindus. And that is like the underlying attitude what we see in Western media. On top of that, an extra layer is that if you criticize what happens to Hindus in Bangladesh, you're also feeding Islam critics, right? And if you give criticism on Islam, you're easily being portrayed as a populist and like in a negative way. So a lot of media channels do not want to actually give, don't want to feed more Islamophobia in their eyes, right? So they don't want to really give a lot of attention to this core issue. This is also an important factor. And last factor why we do not see a lot of this is because Hindus are not very organized in how do you say that? They're like lobbying for their interest, right? So they're not politically organized and they don't have a lot of people in the media. So there is no urge, there's no need for media actors to actually do something with it. Like, who cares, right? No one is going to protest, no one is going to demonstrate, no single parliament member in the Netherlands is raising their concerns about this. So why would someone in the Netherlands raise issue about this? No one makes an issue about this. So that is the whole reason. It's actually quite logical that we do not talk about it, right? Even on European level, there was, I think last week, there was a new anti-discrimination framework by the European Union being launched for the strategy from 2026 to 2030, and they actually created a framework how they want to tackle discrimination and racism against certain groups. So there were a few groups that they specifically highlighted on where they want to focus on. So the first group was the Roma people, the second group were the Jewish people, the third group were the black people, the people with African roots, and the fourth group was the people with Muslim background, Islamic background. And one thing that I really found weird, actually not at all, but is that the Hindu group were not really represented there. We don't have any advocacy groups or lobby groups that says, hey, we also need part of this framework, right? This is how you got invisible for policy, for media, and you get not recognized. So if I can give one advice for people who are listening, is that if you're a Hindu, for example, we need to organize. We need to make ourselves more visible. If we are not doing that, then there is no urge to listen to us, right? So I think that is the core issue. I don't think we need to pinpoint our fingers to people outside the community. We have to first look inside the community, how we can improve the community itself. And after that, if the community is organized, you can, as a collective, go outside and say, hey, look, this is what is happening. Then you are way more efficiently. And that is absolutely by far not what is happening right now. And that is why we do not see a lot of things happening here. But I'm very happy that, like, for example, there's a conference. It's maybe one of the rare conferences on this topic that is being organized. So I'm not saying that there's nothing happening. But there is a way to, there's a lot of, there's a whole world to win. And I think it's a good start, but there needs the whole, how do you say it? The whole system needs to work. And that is what we have to go towards. I thought it was shorter in my mind, but when you want to talk here, then the minutes come. But that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Narin. Now, please, I'd like to invite to the floor Dina Perla Porta.
It's interesting how many problems have started after the Second World War. I want you to think about it off topic, just do something with my idea. First of all, Hindu community, it's my honor. Thank you. I am an old dog today. I'm different. I have to be honest. Initially I said, I'm not sure if I'm the right person because I'm very keen on having people speaking from the area itself, so from Bangladesh. And I don't have roots. They'll tell you why I'm here. As you heard, I'm an author, speaker, and there's a new book coming up with Members from the Edge. This is the sort of first copy. But I also run an agency in local and global PR, marketing, communications, and sometimes public affairs. It has been my entire life. Media has been my life for 21 years, something like that. So I know journalists, and I love them. But they have a certain approach, and I'm here to give you some insights. So I want to do two things here. First part is I want to give you some data on the back of media analysis, very pragmatic media analysis that I have conducted in the last week. Took me a while. You can do it as well. There are so many AI tools out these days. So what I'm going to share with you is not so much surprising or new, but it's probably a confirmation of a lot of things. And also, it will give you an answer how to bring across the issue of Hindus in Bangladesh through the media. So pure data. The second part will be more as me, an opinion maker, speaker, somebody who understands what it means to be a minority. I'm not part of your minority, but I'm part of a minority in the Netherlands and worldwide. I'm part of a population that has been persecuted for 6,000 years, and I've been in horrific mental pain in the last years. And you can guess, my background is a Jewish background. I've criticized closed-up communities massively in the last years. It has been part of my first book, it has been part of the title, there are media productions out there, and videos, and so on and so forth. Plus, I'll tell you upfront who I am. I'm a critical thinker, free thinker. So allow me to formulate things differently. I do this often. I say exactly how it is. I provoke. I write things in a certain manner to create something. I do this strategically. I try to do certain things and think 5 steps ahead. Now, everything that the Hindu community has going on for years now, for far too long, which is horrific, is also part of this book.
I love philosophy. So I study a lot, and I created a philosophy called humanity. If something were to happen, this is what I would want to leave behind. This is not a sales talk. This is real. I hope it will give you, everybody who listens to this, something valuable, right? So let me start with one slide only. This is the only slide that I'm going to show you. So no worries, it's not going to be a slideshow. It's not even going to be extremely strict, right? It's an interaction between the both of us and everybody watching. This is the only slide that I chose because it will give you so much clarity. What you see on the slide is everything that is red is right media in America. Everything on the left is left wing. This is specifically for alternative media and specifically for podcasts. I'll get to that. So we have mainstream media, tier 1, tier 2, golden, silver media, however you want to call it. There's a global media landscape. In that media landscape, there are an X amount of journalists who work in a certain manner and who will prioritize certain topics. Let me start with some data. Just this, you reminded, just in generic view terms, whatever, it doesn't have to stay up. It's not about precision or some, maybe a little bit more right or a little bit more left. And it's definitely not to polarize, right? It's to give you answers. All right. Let me tell you about the media analysis. It was extremely pragmatic, what I did. I looked at how Hindus in Bangladesh are covered in the last year in certain regions. I'll get to that. I used a tool called Meltwater. It's very famous in the media world in what I do, and you can conduct excellent media analysis with it, even social media and so on. But I looked at mainstream media, so tier 1, tier 2, however you want to call it. I looked at media, how media covers this issue, and also how it functions in the last years. As in, very pragmatic, what you need to know is, apart from certain things that also were mentioned by you, excellent, media is very pragmatic in the sense that it prioritizes a certain region first, and then it goes to international and so on and so forth, right? So it's normal to have certain regions cover about certain topics more and prioritizing and so on. That's the basic. Then there's always framing and bias going on. So framing, bias, let's put it left, right? I'll just tell you the main conclusion right away. No sugarcoating. Religious persecution, as in naming what it actually means, and also Hindus in Bangladesh, what is actually going on, is covered most, obviously, by conservative media on the right side at the moment. Right? This is the main conclusion. This means the advice is, if you want to push the story forward, not generic, not whatever, you need to focus on the conservative media outlets worldwide. Most of the mainstream media, this is not my opinion, again, this is just data, right? Is left media. We live in an area, in a thinking area, in a global media landscape and a global world and a political, economical, so many areas that is very left. Some would even say the majority is even extreme left. This does something when it comes to prioritizing the story, such as Hindus in Bangladesh. Now, left media mostly emphasizes political motivations and what is happening with the government, so the instability. Some, as you heard already, some even say, they dare to report it's unjust when it comes to the minority and what it means to be a religious minority, or say it's exaggerated, or say it's a gray area, the usual stuff of where two parties fight, all of that. It's literally, it's not my, right? It's not my opinion. It's the data. It's the articles. You can Google online later. Well, obviously, the political instability of the government as well. Now, let me tell you a bit more data with the areas in mind that I selected just very pragmatically, again, for this session, because I have very little time, as always. So I started with Europe. I looked at media in Europe. What I see in general, it's very generalizing, factual, and a lot is coming through press agents, right? So these are very basic, usual suspects reporting, bulk reporting, right? This has also to do with money and capacity. But it's not enough about the anti-Hindu situation. When it comes to framing and bias, neutral to ignorance and blaming structural problems, political instability, and human rights, talking about human rights, but even saying it's not religiously motivated. As in, sorry for my reaction, this is coming very close. In the world, there are many ways of looking at certain things that are going on. So we have people, experts, brilliant people, economics, socioeconomics, geopolitical, you name it, well-being. But what about understanding how religion programs us in a psychological manner, and how it is, in fact, a very leading aspect of why we function the way that we function, and why the people on top, the people at Davos and so on, why they choose the way that they choose. Then the US and Canada. What you see is, in general, in the last year, broader reporting, about political instability and minorities in South Asia. Generic as a group, different categories. It's a lot about rule of law, civil rights. Some politicians zoomed in on Hindus and the insecurity, the religious side of things. I think you know them by name probably because it's your community, so you know who I'm talking about. Progressive media comes with international agreements, human rights, these side of angles of the stories. Again, conservative media comes with radicalism, geopolitical analysis, momentum of certain other conflicts that make everything worse, and about authorities. So they talk about how the authorities work. Asia, because of time, I only chose India. And as you know, I don't have to tell you this, it's prominent and it's discussed in a variety of ways, right? This subject is discussed in a variety of ways. And some are even very dominant in saying exactly how it is, which is great. If you look at the tone, conservative and nationalistic, again, these outlets talk about persecution of Hindus and critics of the politics. If we look at centric and left, we see critical about everything, critical media, they are critical about everything, up to, yeah, but fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. Oh, TikTok, the real reporting of people, videos, the things that I saw, the horrific things I saw on X. Fake news, fake news. That's literally what happens. And in Bangladesh, the tone differs, and it's so common sense, you don't need me to say this, but it's about pressure. The people live there, there are existential risks for people. Now, let me go briefly into Russia and Commonwealth of Independent States. Mostly, they cover the subject of Hindus in Bangladesh via the Associated Press. Very generic, very little own reporting, mostly about political instability and traditional geopolitical news that they always twist, because it's Russia, you know, they like to frame certain things. And the more right media, they use Hindus as, you know, something, as a topic within a larger context of instability, again, in South Asia, right? And again, like I said, the framing, they talk a lot about the international influences on a world scale. That's very Russia right now. Let me go to Australia, New Zealand, basically Associated Press and international news, very, I would say, neutral. And then some of them talk about the concrete religious minority of Hindus in Bangladesh. These are the most important data findings for now, for today. There is obviously always more, and we can go in depth and so on and so forth, but we don't have time. The only thing I wanted to add is why I don't mention names, concrete names of media today in this talk. You can ask me later and so on. But I don't do that because as an agency, I have to deal with the entire media landscape. You know, for a certain segment, let's put human rights as a segment. In the Netherlands, I think I would have to deal with about at least 1,500 journalists on an individual basis and be okay with them, right? So I cannot permit myself to name certain names and outlets because then I'm out of the game. Now, as an opinion maker and somebody who's very sharp with words, it got me into trouble when I was a little kid, it never changed. I can do that a little bit more. But it's very different. So I need to have a basic ground, right? So I want to come back to this slide, and then I'll give you more an opinion piece of myself, a different personal story. This slide shows you, this is only America, online, as I said, podcast online shows. It shows you how people in current times are looking for the truth in an alternative manner, because people are not blind. They see that a lot is left. And I don't like left, right? I don't like it at all. But when you want to understand what is really going on and why certain stories are framed and our, narratives are pushed on us, especially in the last years, what I've seen in terms of lies, it's unbelievable. And it's so scary because it's the foundation of a lot of violence, of a lot of things, a lot of conflicts, a lot of clashes, right? So truth is very important. And I want you to understand that with this, look at millions. I don't know if you can see it. It's, or you can read it. It's a lot of millions out there. And it's not just American people looking for American alternative media. It's global. That's why this slide is so strong. I do it myself. I love knowledge. I love podcasts. I love analysis, and I do it with data all the time. So I love to see what the truth is and look at different angles. But a lot of journalists, sorry guys, a lot of hands-on journalists are not always that smart. There are amazing analytical people out there working for great media. But there's always, this smaller group that does the daily tasks at Broadcast X, whatever. And their level of intellect, of research, and their time, they don't have time. And there's a lot of bias. So what do you get as an output, right? This is very, very, very important, more than ever. Because what you read or hear or see is not always truth. You need to dig deeper. So this is what this slide represents. There are lots of people who are searching for some kind of guidance in current times. Let me continue with more opinion from myself, my personal view and who I am. This is not based on data, this is just me. How do I bring this across? What I sometimes do as an opinion maker is I confront. So I go and mingle with extreme left, and I publish over there and see what happens. And then I go and publish on the extreme right, when I'm not on the extreme right, as you can imagine. And I do this to try to keep, humanity, to be in touch with them just by being me, just by sharing stuff, to stay in touch, to listen, and to try to understand. And very clear, I can tell you so much behind this, what I'm going to say, this statement. There is fascism on the left. Massive cases of fascism. And it's extremely scary. And I don't know. I from history, from what I know, from my background, in the end, it doesn't matter who I am in such a period, whether I'm a free thinker, whether I'm a great person, whether I have connected with literally everybody, in the last 21 years, what I've proven myself, what I think, what my individual voice doesn't matter. Right now, it's so divided. You're part of group X, and you're part of group Y, and you cannot say that when you write that ICE, what ICE is doing in America, I just wrote something about this for the Dutch Telegraph. You cannot say, oh, they're making mistakes, because you're right, so you need to take a stand. All the nuance get lost, right? I try to find the nuance, I try to find it. And what I see on the left side, I don't know from previous times. And I'll tell you up front, the whole problem is that we don't speak the same language anymore. And now I understand, because I've been suffering mentally so much of the last years, what I've seen in the world. I'm an empath. I care too much. So it's not just that I, see certain things and human rights and so on, and I can relate, but I feel it. So what I've seen, I couldn't believe my eyes. I didn't understand why it happened again. Why? How is this all possible? But from the left side, I don't have the answers and I don't know how to get there. On the right side, I know. I know from the Second World War. I know from even before. I know. So I try to show them with a piece that I just wrote in the Telegraph. I said, ICE is not even that far in Europe and in the Netherlands. People think, oh, it's just a matter of an immigration issue or a tactic in the US. It can happen here in a blink of an eye. And why is this important? Because it's all about mob violence. And it's all about a holy war. And it's, about what we heard this morning about creeping genocide, about these things that happen slowly, slowly. In the cities, police needs to be reduced by certain mayors with a certain background. And just why? The violence that happens, domestic violence within families, I dealt with that as a child. I can tell you a lot of things, like forced marriage, the place of a girl in, a close-up community. I lived all through that. So I understand. And on the right side, again, because of time, on the right side I recognize it, and it's easier for me. So now I wrote this piece about how ICE can also be here, come here in Europe, in the Netherlands, and that we should make sure that it doesn't. And I posted it on TikTok just 2 days ago. I am almost 41 years old, and I created a TikTok account. It's quite something. It's interesting. It works. It works really. And I think I have about 26,000 unique views, 300 likes or something, and 500 comments or something. And so many from the extreme right or just regular people that are so fed up because the mob violencing has already entered our cities, our homes, our countries. We talk about geopolitical aspects. We have leaders that, wow, if you look at Davos, it's basically, you're in the dark triad? Great, you can be a world leader. Machiavellism, narcissism, please go. That's where we're at. But there is a very big threat everywhere within our own communities. Things are happening. For example, New Year's Eve in the Netherlands, we had riots. We had things that happened with our police officers and people on the ground being attacked with fireworks, with all sorts of kinds. Things that should never happen within a society, within a civilization. In the last years, we've been spiraling downwards. And it needs to stop. And the only way to stop it is to, first of all, in the Netherlands, we should offer way more stronger sentences. One of the person who attacked a police officer on the ground got 2 months. 2 months, that's it. What about 2 years? We're fed up. And also the women. I live in Amsterdam as a minority, meaning I'm part of a minority, the Jews. We are about 30 to 40,000 people in the Netherlands out of 18 million people, a bit more. I'm scared as shit. Sorry for my language. Every day. And I'm 41 years old. I've seen my hometown of Amsterdam shrink and shrink and shrink. In 90% of the different neighborhoods, I don't want to go there as a woman unless I really have to. So I'm extremely careful where I go, what I do. I've been attacked in the last years, as you can imagine. All of it. The protests, the issues with, you can Google maybe later, the Royal Concert Hall which is literally, I look from the balcony on the Royal Concert Hall. I've been in that neighborhood my entire life. I was rooted there for so long. Now I don't feel rooted anymore. So when I say to the Hindu people here in this room and online and wherever you are, I get it. I really, really do. And I did not know this was possible after October 7th. I had no clue that it would come back, but it can. And I don't want to make this too much about me and too much a personal story, but what I do want to say is this. We need to wake up. What I want to say and what I mean with waking up is not racism. It's not like, oh, you're part of that group, ooh, or I'm going to judge you because you believe in that or what have you. We don't want to go down that road again, and it's happening already. And as the reaction showed to the article on ICE in the Telegraph, there are people on the extreme right that write as comments, I'm ready to go on the streets, to become ICE myself, and I'll do it for free. Not one, not 20. About the majority, maybe 95% of the comments say, I'm done. I'm being gaslighted by my government. I'm being pushed into something, into believing certain things. And then there's the media, which is mostly left. But I live in these towns, in these cities, in Breda, what happened with New Year in the Netherlands. I see it. I don't feel safe. This, that. This is real. And we don't have the backbone for a very long time to deal with this. You know, from a political point of perspective, there's a lot going on. So, I have to close up, I know, as it goes. Waking up means, first of all, pragmatic. If you want to talk about Hindus in Bangladesh, again, in the media, you need to be strategic, smart, focusing on the conservative media mostly. You will get those types of honest reporting out there. Now, I want to help global human rights defense. So we need funding. We need money to make this happen worldwide. So this is also a shout out to people who can contribute, who can make sure that this happens, right? We need your support. We need a budget so we can do it. That's one. Second, it's very much about common sense and about trying to listen to understand each other and to understand what it means to deal with religion from a psychological point of perspective and how it's complete in our beings. It's defining how we make decisions. It's defining how we make choices and so on. So what is happening over there with Hindus in Bangladesh can also easily happen in other regions. And it's nothing new. Absolutely not. It's something you know. But I want to take this opportunity to make this clear again. And then I'll end with this. You know, women and children first is the biggest scam of all time. Whatever, sea problem, a sinking ship or war or whatever, it's always first the women and the children and animals who are the first to be, no, not saved. That's the whole issue. They're not saved. It's a scam. They're the first to be affected with everything that you know from history. But the man wrote history. So there has been this image for a very long time that women and children are put first in history, in every conflict, in every war. It's not true. It's the women who suffer most, and that's why I asked this morning a question about how many women actually participate in mob violence and how many, etc. Because when they do, it's a tragedy of, like you wouldn't believe. So I want to advocate for, first of all, standing with women, and women, you know, if we stand together, we can elevate, we can make a very big difference. But it also means for men to understand that we are fed up and give us space to do things differently. Because this whole spiral of violence, why, right? Why? And it's not about who we are, our backgrounds and so on. It's about general norms and values that we can uphold. And about speaking the same language and understanding each other and understanding the area that we live in. Again, left, right, it shouldn't matter that much. We should understand each other. And I believe that the group that is in between these extremes is so powerful and so large. We don't just consume and sit and lay back. We stand up and we do something. We're a very large group that can hold on to each other across borders, across leaders, across whatever. We can do this. So I ask you to participate in this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we have to speed up a bit. Our next speaker, last speaker in this panel is Pandit Satish Sharma. He's a fellow at the Royal Asiatic Society and the author and scholar of the indigenous civilization of India. The floor is yours. But let me mention already that we will have to have the last panel right after this panel. No coffee break, I'm afraid, and questions after the last panel, because otherwise we will run out of time. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Technology all good? Excellent. Jai Shri Ram. Global Hindu Rights Defense. Vital organization, critical at this time and at this location. We're in The Hague, which is the Center for European Justice. That's the story which is very predominant in our thinking, and so it's a vital, vital contribution. And being a guest of the Dutch people, despite the remarks made in the Parliament about the, shall we say, the fake news coming out of India regarding what's happening in Bangladesh, I will only mention the Dutch East India Company in passing and leave it at that. Everybody can Google that, and that's absolutely fine. So I'm here speaking as a stakeholder, and rather than talk to you about what's happening in Bangladesh, I wanted to turn my attention to why is it that nobody's listening? Why is it the people that we're speaking to are becoming almost impenetrable in terms of our capacity to engage with them? And so my mind's been taxed by that particular thought. I said I'm a stakeholder. I'm going to share with you our shared stakeholder status, because until a group of people recognize that they're all stakeholders in a particular issue, they won't engage. If there are a group of people who think that actually those guys are the stakeholders, it's their problem, then they won't engage. But there is a dimension to this which makes us all stakeholders, and I wanted to touch base with that. There is a Hopi tribe, or there was a Hopi tribe in the Native Americas who had a saying, and the saying was, "He who tells the stories rules the world." And so when I look at you, I'm looking at battlegrounds. Inside of your minds, there are all sorts of stories and narratives which are fighting for primacy, for prominence, for expression, for manifestation. And one can't act until one has got clarity of thinking. And one can't get clarity of thinking until we've sorted out those narratives. I very objectionably and rudely directed a very focused question at Anthony right at the beginning of our relationship and risked destroying it. I'd just like to revisit that because it is a sign of cognitive incoherence. The idea, the thought that I asked each of you to consider was the notion that freedom of religion and belief is a valuable principle, whereas I posited that freedom of thought, freedom of speech are much, much more powerful, and the two are mutually exclusive. They cannot coexist in the same space. And yet, most of us haven't even scrutinized that perspective. In my mind, it's as clear as cannibals and vegetarians coexisting peacefully. Is there anybody who think that cannibals and vegetarians can coexist peacefully? Please, show of hands if there is, and I'll change the direction of my talk. All right. But it's a nonsense. The difficulty that we have is there are very prominent organizations who are determined to insist that a way can be found for cannibals and vegetarians to coexist peacefully. And it's not possible. Dante, well, actually it's a statement attributed to Dante, and he said that the hottest place in hell is reserved for those people who in times of moral crisis choose to sit on the fence. And those people who sit on the fence are the ones who say, yes, let's all get together. There is a solution. We can find a solution to this. It hasn't ever happened in history. The key for us is to find those people who are stakeholders in that which we are stakeholders in, and to hope that we can gather enough momentum and resources to actually preserve and protect them. If I had a particular ask to make to the United Nations or to the agencies which dispense the right to use force legally, it would be this: Bangladesh needs a humanitarian corridor. It needs it right now. The rest of our discussions, the evolution of our vocabulary, is it genocide? Isn't it genocide? All of those semantics can wait, but we do not have the time for those to be developed before somebody chooses to act in Bangladesh. Anybody who has devoted the smallest amount of scrutiny to what's happening over there will know what the reality is. It's so horrific and it's on such a huge scale that it shouts to say, this is the deliberate genocide of an indigenous population, the erasure of their civilization and their culture, the targeting of their present, the targeting of their future. When 400,000 women in Bangladesh, majority of them Hindu, were desecrated, it was a declared intention. The perpetrators said, we want the genes of the next generation of this community. We want them to be our sons and daughters. That is an attack. It's a genocide on the future of a people. Never mind a genocide on the present. And so every time you hear of a situation where a young woman, a young girl, has been desecrated, it's not an act of an unstable young man unable to control his passions. It's an act of a soldier in a civilizational war attacking a future generation in a society. It's the most heinous act of genocide. Who here would like to have a say in the future of their own life? Please show me your hands. Raise your hands. If you want to say in your own future, right, then let me tell you who you are. We've had experiments with different ways in which humanity has governed themselves. Once upon a time, kings used to say, I'm the boss, this is the law, you will do what I tell you. And I will get out of it what I want, but I will get out of you what I want as well. We called that a monarchy, where an individual creates the law. And then it evolved into a slightly parallel system, where those same barbaric men, the majority of them were men, came to a conclusion that a way I can get away with this is I can actually say, there's an invisible king. And he has made a law, and you have to follow what he is saying to you, but I also get a little bit of a benefit on the side. We call that a theocracy. In neither of those two systems do you have a right, a say in your future. Somebody has already taken it away from you. Barbarians work in this fashion. They know what they want, and they're happy to deprive you of every human right in order for them to get that. Civilized people have a slightly different approach. Civilized people say, I know what I want, but I also want it for you. And that is the natural state of a human being. In our tradition, we are born as divinity incarnate, as a little spark of some divine sun. And every human being who incarnates has that right and that level of equality. Somewhere along the line, institutions have learned how to corrupt the thinking and the feeling of each of those divine sparks, so much so that they have managed to institutionalize, reverse engineer the processes of civilization. We are stakeholders in the processes of civilization. All of the lessons that humanity has learned, they're enshrined in our words, in our culture, in our poetry, and in our language. But equally, there are people who derive a great deal of benefit and joy in decivilizing societies. Frankly speaking, they are parasites masquerading as symbiotes. Symbiotes are organisms which live together for mutual benefit. Parasites, very clear. They will derive nourishment from the life essence and sources of other beings. We need this level of clarity if we're going to move forward. Anthony, there was something you said earlier about the intent of genocide, and it struck a chord. Can I just read a statement that I wrote afterwards, and perhaps this will help us clarify. If I were to say, I do not admit that the people in a nation have the final right to the nation and its resources, even though they may have lain there for a very long time, I do not admit that right. It's a denial of sovereignty, indigenous sovereignty. If I went on to say, I do not admit that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia and Africa, I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race has come in and taken their place. Are those statements which would be expressed as intentions of genocide? One is a denial of ancestral indigenous sovereignty, and the other is a purely racist statement saying that if a superior race wipes out an inferior race, and that's okay. Those are words spoken by Churchill. Churchill was actually the father of the problem that's happening in Bangladesh. There are many narratives and there are many stories, but shall we say the dominant forces hid a lot of the realities and replacement with narratives which were to their benefit. On the 4th of March 1838, Churchill decided that India had to be trifurcated. And they needed a way and a mechanism whereby they could actually go ahead and do that and get away with it. If there's one thing about the British, they are masters of the pivot. They know just when to abandon a particular narrative or a project and shift somewhere in a totally different direction. Churchill said that because oil had been discovered in Saudi Arabia on that date. And his instructions to Radcliffe were, I don't care where you draw the line, I have two conditions. One, not a single hair on the head of a Muslim must be harmed. And secondly, keep a piece of India for ourselves. Because his intention was that the access to the Indian Ocean must be denied to the Russians and the Chinese, and a vassal garrison state created in that location would give them a means of having a garrison to protect the oil fields to the west. These are clear instructions, and out of that emerged the partition policy, because if you could then blame it on these brown people, that they're always fighting each other, so what we need to do is to separate the two of them, give them what they want, and then we can scurry away and say, our hands are clean. The forces of barbarianism, which had wreaked havoc in 2 waves of colonialism in India, took advantage of this initiative. The Indus Valley civilization, which gave birth to the civilization in which I'm a stakeholder, which for 7,500 years had never invaded any other nation, we had the Indus Valley civilization taken from us by the British colonizers and given to the Islamist colonizers. That was our birthplace. Bangladesh was East Pakistan. And prior to that, it was a center of cultural renaissance of that Indian civilization. Europe has a hand in the creation of the problems of what's happening in Bangladesh. Europe has to become, rather than somebody to whom Dr. Mulad can come forward and say, I appeal, the power dynamic is wrong in that. We're looking for partners in civilization to help us defeat those who are partners in barbarianization. So this is not a localized issue. It's the same battle that has been fought time and time again. And so global human rights defense is such an aptly chosen name for the organization, because unless we can deal with these issues everywhere as stakeholders in civilization, we will forever be confused by right, by left, by pink, by blue, by Democrat, etc., etc., etc. It's natural for human beings to be civilized. It's unnatural for human beings to be turned into barbarians. And yet we have to rectify and help correct and heal those of our brothers and sisters who have been infected by barbarianism. Thank you very much. I won't say much more.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Also, with your implicit support for global human rights defense. We will go on to our last panel right after this because we are running out of time. So I have to ask our friends to make place for the next panel. And the first speaker is online. He couldn't be present here today. So we are very happy to have Professor Chandan Sarkar online with us today. I hope we can go on to him right away, and then we will invite the speakers for our third panel to take their places. Yes, Professor, the floor is yours.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yes. Am I audible, right? Yes. Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to have here a great platform. And then I listen to each and every one. And I'm just, I think, happy. And thank you very much. Like especially thanks to Shital sir. And Duji is a great space. So, like you see, that is in you see in Bangladesh what is going on. It's extremely barbaric. What actually mentioned the earlier speaker. You see, my topic is blasphemy law and mob lynching. You know, that is the blasphemy is not directly it's actually enforces in our country, but it's in the different forms in our countries. Like this is known as hurting religious sentiments under the sections 295 to 298. But recently in 2020, our government actually published another law which is the Digital Security Act, especially against the non-Muslims in Bangladesh. And you see, mob lynchings in another one issue, since now is a horrible issue, and targeting only for non-Muslims in Bangladesh and Pakistan. I'm just, I think, showing some statistical information. Mob lynchings happened in our countries in 2025. Altogether is 192. Out of 192, 42, especially for Hindus. And it was actually Muslims was 150. If you just, I think, consider in terms of percentage, and you also mention, and then, we are only 8%. So, but out of these, 5.2% mob lynchings is happened in our, only especially for Hindus, but Muslims only 1%. So it is clear we are targeting and cleansing is going on. And another, you see, slides I'm showing total killed Hindus actually 121 Jan to 2025 to 2026, and you see the like pattern. Target cleaning 50%, attack related death 11%, custodial securities and state securities that was a 9%, suspicious 13%, and especially, and I'm showing another slides to you, that is Hindu killed in the last, in fact, 6 months, like Hindus in Chittagong, 26, altogether minorities 35. And because over there is a include indigenous peoples, Dhaka Hindus 25, no Hindu indigenous. Russia is over there is indigenous. So 12, total minorities 13, Hindus especially 12. And all whether you see Rangpur, Mymensingh and Sylhet. So that is only for a last 6 months targeting killing in our countries in Bangladesh. Another you see that is Jan 2025 to December 2025, categorically, like killing is 20%, another vandalisms and properties actually grabbing, land grabbing attacked. I just projected here with the percentage wisely, which is from the previous government after the independence. This is the horrible scenario after the actually is in this current unionist regime. This one you see like atrocities in Bangladesh from 5th August 2024 to December 2025. Like here is total incidents. Like in August 5 to 24 to December 24, its incidence was 2,184. Death 34. Rape especially for 34. Another is Jan 2025 to December 2005 is it's a government published, 645, and rape is horrible. It's more than 300. And first 6 months of 25, rape 72, total incidents 258. And you see the graph, land grabbing and rape is very, very extreme in this region. And that is that is the truth. They just, I think, create a fear. Election is coming and atrocities going on, but especially use these two tools so that Hindus can leave this country, and they're making the like a panic, and that is the one is a like Hindus properties, grabbing the properties, and rape is also one tools to grab the land. If else or any family is affected and raped, that family is intentionally and forcefully left this area and flee to India and other countries. So this is the one is going on during the regime period of time. I'm very happy to Andrew, Shutish ji, another Ram Charan ji also mentioned. So I'm not going in the past, but you see the recent mob lynching 42, target is a 50, but horrible. Dipu Chandra Das lynched and it's a blasphemy allegation. That was the government and army after the investigation they told it is a false investigation, false actually allegation. Bablu Dotto, that is it's a brutally a businessman, a throat spilled, Anita Kormukar, Shubrata, and many. And I'm telling only for a last month, 11th, actually innocent Hindus has been brutally killed. And one important thing is teacher, you see, forcefully resignation, targeted only for Hindu teachers. We are Hindus only 8%, it's 92% is a Muslims, but targeted Hindu teachers, 52 Hindu teachers forcefully resign. And if you just, I think, percentage, so is a 6.5, but Muslims only 0.16. So it is horrible. They just intentionally they're targeting the Hindus. So that is the ethnic cleansing from Bangladesh, and that is the meticulous design by the Professor Muhammad Yunus and his collaborators. I'm mentioning in the world media because this is the options for international medias. Yes, international medias, they always keep silent and insignificant. They are not to just telling anything regards on us, particularly in Hindu issues. Andrew is especially is pointed out very nicely. I feel he just talking about from Bangladesh. I'm very, very appreciate to you, all the three courts Hindu and Shitul sir. So it's a world media is a selective. They are not to just telling anything regards on like our Hindus issues, even in India also. So they are not to just telling what is going on. Recently, like very insignificant few actually published news has coming up. And you see the double standard of countries. If you just see the hijab ban, mosque, and others is allegation, like so many countries, like BBC, even for like that is Turkish, YC, Saudi Arabia, and Dubai, all are shouting like all together. World has like talking about, but we are declining from 23 to 8%. No one. Another very important I'm telling, Qatar is funding for madrasas and Islamic education on us in Bangladesh. Turkish funding, but they are not to allow in their countries. Their education is not madrasa education. Their education is a international standard, but they keep funding and making the terrorists own us. Saudi Arabia provided money for this, but not allowing their countries. This is their actually standard. They just, I think, intentionally doing this. So chaos is just in our countries, even Saudi Arabia and Muslims countries. They are not to allow any immigrants. They are not to allow any Muslims, but intentionally doing enough. It's no more. So please, you have to just raise your voice. International media, as well as United Nations, European Union, Pakistan Parliament, Turkish Parliament, even Saudi Arabia, and Muslim Parliament, please raise these issues. And GSRD, please put pressure to them, raise their issues in their parliament, and stop the Hindu cleansing from Bangladesh. Enough, no more. I'm telling that is enough is enough and stop Hindu killing in Bangladesh. And thank you very much. I'm very happy to listen to me. And thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Chandan Sarkar. Now I'd like to invite the last two panelists to join us. Rahman Khalilur Mumon, please have a seat. And finally, Farid Ahmad. Thank you very much. If you could please take the floor as the first speaker for this panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harry. First, I'd like to address our honorable panel guest, our human rights defender, audience, ladies and gentlemen. This is very important international conference. I would like to give many grateful and congratulations to GHRD team, especially Mr. Shitolji, Kobitaji, David and their team have done a lot of serious job for the Bangladesh. So I am really grateful for that. So today I come here. So I just to most of data, most of incidents and the blasphemy and the persecution of the minorities in Bangladesh have been already discussed. So I just to, as the format, I would like to addressing some diplomatic role of the UN, UAE or others international organization. Because of that, I am as a human rights activist, I am working for a human rights NGO, is the name Tumuku Development and Cultural Union, being in Geneva, Switzerland. I am the principal representative, and I am working for the United Nations High Commission of Human Rights since 6 years. So on behalf of that, I would like to addressing the diplomatic role of UN. So ladies and gentlemen, very soon on the 23 February is coming soon 61 session of Human Rights Council. So very significant session. So on that session, I am going to submission on behalf of the Tumuku Development. I just to share some of articles from here. So the United Nations Human Rights Council, which addressing racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related forms intolerance, there is an urgent and immediate need to address the systematic persecution of the religious and the ethnic minorities in Bangladesh. The rapid escalation of targeted violence, extrajudicial killing, and the collapse of administrative protection since August 2024 demands the Council's immediate intervention to prevent further atrocities and to ensure the implementation of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. The documented escalation of communal violences in Bangladesh between 2024 and 2025 constitutes a grave violation of several core killings, arson, and arbitrary arrests directly contravenes in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, especially Article 3, right to life and security, and Article 17, right to property. Furthermore, the International Convent on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, particularly Article 6, right to life, and Article 18, freedom of thought, consequence, and the religion. And Article 27, which is mandates that ethnic and the religious minorities shall not to be detained the right to enjoy their own culture or practice their own religion. The widespread disposition of land and the disconnection of livelihoods also violate the International Convent on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, notably Article 11, which guarantees the right to an adequate standard of living, including housing. Minority representatives report the violence intensified immediately following the August 2024 political shift between the August and December 2024, 2,184 incidents were recorded, bringing the total number of documented cases to 2,442 within a single year. The situation remained grave during the July-December 2025 period, with systematic persecution and targeted attacks against Hindu and Christian communities continuing to escalate. Evidence gathered from minority councils, human rights organizations, and civil society groups points to widespread lynching, arson, sexual violence, and disposition and the discouragement of the religious sites. Overall, the reporting period reflects both continuation and the intensification of the partners that emerged after August 2024. Administrative inaction, denial of communal motivations, and the pervasive impunity have left minority communities increasingly vulnerable, while perpetrators frequently operate without fear of arrest or prosecution. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the 1971, after our independence, our great leader, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, has established a constitution 1972. This constitution has been written completely as secularism. The Bangladesh is constitutionally defined as a secular state. However, between July and December 2025, the lived reality for religious minorities sharply from constitutional guarantees. Key minority advocacy organizations, including the Bangladesh Hindu Buddha Christian Unity Council and the Bangladesh Hindu Buddha Christian Oikya Parishad, reported persistent attacks across rural and urban districts, often following rumors, social media allegations of blasphemy, or politically motivated incitement. Specifically, incidents include 6 Hindus reported killed in an 18-day period in late December 2025 and early January 2026. Their separate killings occurred in less than a week in January 2026, including the shooting of Bajendra Biswas and the lynching of another Hindu man in Mymensingh district on 18 December 25. Dipu Chandra Das, as Hindu garment worker in Mymensingh Bhaluka, was lynched, beaten to death, and his body set on fire following accusations and blasphemy. Subsequent inquiries found no evidentiary basis for the allegations. It is the police report. In late December 2025, at least 2 Hindu youths, Amiritra Mandal and Joy Mahapatro, were killed in separate communal incidents. Arson attacks on minority neighborhoods were widespread and frequently pre-planted. I am addressing very specific incidents in my hometown, Lakshmipur. The most notable incident in the near to Chandraganj Bazar in Lakshmipur district, burning of the houses and the business establishment along with 10 shops, a Hindu youth of Gautam Majumdar. Gautam Majumdar is a businessman in a Chandraganj Bazar and is the organizing secretary of the Hindu Buddha Christian Unity Council. On the evening of August 5th, 2024, a group of 120 to 130 miscreants group arson to Gautam's house. At the time, the Hindu family members inside the houses started screaming in fear of death. Before setting fire to house, the terrorist group looted cash, family gold ornaments, valuable furnitures, and the wooden furniture also. The entire house was reduced to rubble in the fire. Gautam Majumdar cried over the phone, saying in 2014, during the execution of the war crimes trial verdict, their houses was once again burned down by the religious sectarian groups, and now it has been completely burned down again, reducing it rubble. The entire family is now feeling in fear to death. So I'm doing some conclusion because the time is very short, audience has been already left. So I'm going to say to appeal on this conference, the address this humanitarian emergency, GHRD, and with this seminar is my appeal is to request the Bangladesh to immediately establish an independent national minority commission with the power of investigate communal crimes and provide legal redress. The government should urgently enact of Minority Protection Act that criminalizes communal incident and the mandates fast-track courts of the prosecution of those responsibility for killing and arson. It is also essential to reform the legal procedures hurting religious sentiment to prevent the law from being used as a tool for arbitrary arrest and mob mobilization. Furthermore, the administrator must implemented a transparent process for the restriction of seized lands and provide immediate compensation for the documented victims of violence. Finally, international human rights bodies should be granted unfettered access to monitor the situation and ensure that the secular foundations of the Constitution are upheld through concrete protective measures. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Finally, we have a speaker from the Ahmadiyya community from the UK, Farid Ahmad, the National External Affairs Secretary from the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in the United Kingdom. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Merciful. I am the last speaker, so I will keep it short, partly for selfish reasons, because I have a flight to catch. But I wanted to talk about the Ahmadiyya Muslim community case study, because it's been mentioned a few times. I thought it would be good for people to understand what is it that the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is and what are the issues it faces. And just before I start, just to say that when we speak of a country like Bangladesh or any country where we face issues, we speak as friends, as loyal citizens, because we have communities there, and speak for the progress of that country in its situation. On the, is the next slide, is the slide controlled here? I will try. Yep, it is, thank you. So just very briefly, Ahmadi Muslims are the youngest denomination within Islam. Our distinction from all of the Muslim communities is the claim of the founder, Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, who claimed to be the promised Messiah that was promised within Islam. All of the Muslims are awaiting a promised Messiah to appear. Founded in 1889, it's now a global community and it's led by a spiritual leader with a focus on spiritual caliphate, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, who's the 5th caliph. And in a nutshell, the mission of the Messiah and the mission of the Caliph is to promote peace, to promote a religion on a personal basis. You know, you build your connection with God and you serve humanity. It has no political ambition. Despite this peaceful claim, if we go to the next slide, thank you. What we've seen in Bangladesh, unfortunately, is that religious difference becoming weaponized and politicized. And as is shown there, this has been a process that's been there for a few years. In fact, in 2004, our community was subjected to a publications ban on all our books, despite the fact that we share the same holy scriptures as all other Muslims. That ban was overturned. But in 2023, for example, our annual convention site was targeted by religious extremists and 70 people were injured. The place was attacked, looted, vandalized, and shops belonging to Ahmadi Muslims were vandalized and burned and damaged, as can be seen from here. And in fact, it was followed in 2024 on the next slide. I will try from here. Okay, thank you. When we've seen violence again against our community, after the government transitioned, 80 Ahmadi Muslim homes were burned and demolished, and several mosques were completely destroyed. And this is, I mean, we've seen a pattern of violence. In 2023, a young Ahmadi Muslim was killed as a result of that violence. In 2024, 22 members of our community were critically injured. And this is a country that is secular by law, secular by character, yet is being subjected to religious-based violence. And these attacks in 2024 also resulted in the death of a teenager. He was beaten and sadly succumbed to injuries. And again, what this shows is not just religious difference, but the weaponization of that difference to serve a purpose. I would probably even hesitate to call it a political purpose, because it's a purpose of seeking power and seeking authority. And this year, in the past year, in 2025, in Bangladesh, a large rally was held. And again, we've seen the rise of Jamaat-e-Islami that's been mentioned, warnings issued. The word Qadiani is a derogative. On the next slide, it says that a warning that they will destruct, these extremists will destruct Dhaka if Qadianis, i.e. Ahmadis, are not declared non-Muslim. So we've seen this rise of views, political views or weaponized views, to say that Ahmadis should be declared non-Muslim in the secular country of Bangladesh. There was a mass rally held in Dhaka. On the next slide, you'll see that thousands turned up, tens of thousands, protesters. And what was interesting was that this rally was attended by clerics from outside of Bangladesh, from Pakistan and other countries. And the push was to label Ahmadis non-Muslims. Preachers from even India, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt joined that protest. The press coverage, I shall see if I can. So there you see photos of the rally held in November in Dhaka, and clerics from different countries appearing and joining that and making that call to declare Ahmadis non-Muslims. And this is despite Islam's clear instruction that there is freedom of religion in Islam for all. On the next slide, you'll see further press coverage of that incident. And what's interesting here, and worrying in fact, is that the playbook that was being used by these extremists was Pakistan. Pakistan sadly went down the route of developing anti-Ahmadi laws in 1974, in 1984, and further on. And this was inspiring these extremists to do the same in Bangladesh, to declare Ahmadis non-Muslim. We are a minority within a minority, yet we are targeted in this country. On the next slide, what I wanted to pick up is that this issue, it was mentioned before, these issues are not sort of issues that remain within one country. And it's actually a warning. This is like an extremist virus. It's COVID, we saw the virus starts in one part of the world, spreads to other parts. And this is the same. We've seen how that extremism has spread from countries in Pakistan and in Bangladesh to the UK, where it takes root. So the European countries and other countries need to take note of this, that this is a virus of extremism. It is not a virus of faith, and there's a very important difference. In the UK, for example, we've seen attacks and movements to target other communities on the basis of blasphemy laws, call for a blasphemy law to come in. We've seen here leaflets by organizations like Khatm-e-Nubuwwat that are affiliated to Jamaat-e-Islami calling for Ahmadis to be killed. This was resulted in a government investigation. Protesters linked to TLP calling for Ahmadis to be killed. Councillors, elected officials protesting against Ahmadi Muslims in the UK. So this issue is transnational, and it is something that Europe and other countries needs to be aware of. On the next slide, a specific example from Bangladesh, Inayatullah Abbasi came to the UK on a fundraising speaking tour. This is a person who's talked about and called for the beheading of people who blaspheme. These people have no place in our society. They have no place in Bangladeshi society. But it is a warning that if you don't deal and be alert to the problem, it will create a problem in other countries as well. So this is a short sort of summary of the background to our community and some recommendations, because this session was about how do we take this forward. I think the first message is, the country of Bangladesh needs to hold fast to its secular tradition. Do not give in to the demand of anti-Ahmadi laws. We are a canary in the coal mine, the first domino to fall, and extremism goes from one community to the next community to the next community. So our plea is that governments should be strong and, in this case, uphold the constitution. They should uphold freedom of religion for all. This is not just an Ahmadiyya Muslim issue. They should uphold law and order. So where riots and rallies take place, thankfully the November riots, the government was there to make sure it didn't turn violent. Previous ones have, but the need to uphold law and order for all. Ban hate preachers. Other countries should put pressure on those countries to make sure there's no room for them to appear in their borders. And lastly, hold countries like Bangladesh to account for their human rights record, not to knock them and to bring them down, but to help them and raise them and make them a country of... It's not about one faith, it's about human rights. We are all human and we can work together to uphold these laws and build a better society around us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I may, Farid, if I may ask you, the fifth point, is that carried out by the government of the United Kingdom?
There are mechanisms, international mechanisms, and I think voices could be louder. I think what we find in human rights generally are trade-offs made where there's economic gains to be made or political advantages to be gained. So our pleas to the United Kingdom and other countries is to look at human rights for what it is. It is something that should be upheld regardless because it's for the benefit of both countries and benefit of the wider world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for these two? Yes, go ahead.
Just in Bangladesh, there is no Human Rights Commission at the moment. The Human Rights Commission was dissolved November 23, 2024, and nobody has bothered to establish the Human Rights Commission nationally. So we don't have that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone questions to these two panelists? Yeah.
Yes. So I see here a few key asks. So these are like demands to say, like wishes that you want to see. But who will change that? Like, who do you see that change or make this possible in Bangladesh? Like, you need some form of intervention, right? If you want to uphold the law and order. I mean, the people in Bangladesh are not doing that for so long. So who do you see the actors who will do the intervention if you wish for these key demands? So maybe you can... Yeah, who do you want to intervene actually to make it concrete as possible?
So I think the simple answer from my side is that you have elections coming up in Bangladesh next month. You know, the people of Bangladesh want a peaceful country, want a successful country. They are the ones empowered to make that change and make their voice heard inside, so to hold their own government to account. And internationally, international mechanisms there to hold the country to account. And I think the two need to work in parallel.
Me?
Sorry, I could not hear that. So I think, I mean, I don't know if the European Union, for example, has its electoral observer missions that observe these elections and then report on them. And I think that's one mechanism that can be used to highlight shortfalls in that system.
We have to go to the last question. The last question is here. No, sorry.
Hello, am I clearly audible? Okay, I have a suggestion also. You can say that I would like to speak on behalf of the Hindu community in Bangladesh. It's a kind of request, not a question. The thing is that we saw, like after the interim government's establishment, how the minority are tortured by the majority, and it is going to skyrocketing day by day, right? Like the last December of 2025, we saw like here also it already discussed like more than 11. As far as I know, it is not 11 officially. Maybe officially it could be 11, but unofficially it is more than 11. Hindu people are like killed. I don't wanted to say it's killed. It's planned murdered by mob lynching, by something like that. So, and the thing is that like also Dr. Yunus trying to establish one thing, like Bangladesh is a safe country. But my question is like, if it is safe country, why we are unsafe? Isn't it? If it is safe country, then why minorities in Bangladesh are unsafe, right? And even like the election will be happen very soon, right? And we never knows, like if the extreme Islamist come over the power, then like let's say one guy from our minority group go for like to purchase something in the market, but he got something like mob lynching or something like that, and he got I don't expect that, and I also don't what it called welcome that, but it could be happened. So I would like to say, like I would like to also request on behalf of Bangladeshi Hindu community as well as the Bangladeshi, please make some what it called necessary step, also take some necessary steps to save us from falling those like under the situation, or make us exemption from those mob lynching or something like that. And it is the high time. I am drawing the attention to the EU Parliament or UN nation, or maybe like Netherlands Parliament, take some necessary or essential step. This is the high time. Right now is going up, and please speak up and help us from getting exemption from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes our third and last panel. Thank you very much, Farid. Thank you very much also, Rahman. I hope you still can catch your flight. It's been good having you all here. I'm very sorry that we ran out of time due to speakers and panels, etc., many questions. We now go to Victoria, who will give a brief report on what we've heard. You have to keep it brief, Victoria, because otherwise we will be kicked out of this room. So, Victoria, the floor is yours. Victoria.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. I was just checking. I guess I can proceed with the presentation. I hope you can see the slides. So I would like to introduce myself first before we proceed with the presentation. My name is Victoria Walczyk, and I'm the head coordinator at Global Human Rights Defense. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this international conference. I will briefly discuss the key points of our GHRD report on the topic, which is weaponizing faith in Bangladesh, mob violence, and persecution of Hindus. That was prepared by Flavia Gioca, coordinator of GHRD's lobbying network and collaboration team. The report highlights a deeply troubling pattern of violence driven by blasphemy accusations, misinformation, and impunity, raising serious concerns about freedom of religion or belief, state responsibility, and access to justice. We are honored to be joined by an outstanding group of experts and human rights defenders, and we look forward to exploring meaningful responses at both national and international levels. Thank you for being here with us, and let's begin. I hope you can see the slides now. So let me start by setting the context. On paper, Bangladesh guarantees secularism and freedom of religion. However, when we look at the lived reality of religious minorities, especially Hindu communities, we see a very different picture. What we are dealing with is not occasional unrest, but recurring mob violence that follows clear patterns. These attacks are often triggered by blasphemy allegations, fueled by misinformation, and enabled by weak accountability. This is why the issue matters so much, because it raises serious concerns under international human rights law, from freedom of religion or belief to state responsibility and access to justice. Then, when it comes to historical and political roots of vulnerability, to understand why this continues, we need to step back for a moment. Bangladesh was founded as a secular state, but political shifts after 1975 gradually weakened protection for religious minorities. Over time, religion became more closely tied to national identity and political legitimacy. Hindu communities were often portrayed as outsiders or politically disloyal, and constitutional and policy changes followed. These developments created a long-term structural vulnerability that still happens. The situation, and it shapes the situation today. Then when it comes to weaponization of faith and misinformation, we can say that one of the most troubling findings in the GHRD report that we highlighted is the weaponization of faith. Blasphemy allegations are frequently used to mobilize crowds and trigger violence. These claims spread extremely fast and are often verified or entirely false, and social media plays a major role in amplifying them. Once a narrative takes hold, violence can escalate very, very quickly. This violence is then framed as defending a religion rather than recognized as criminal behavior. Weak and inconsistent law enforcement responses reinforce impunity and allow these incidents to be repeated. Then, when it comes to patterns of violence against Hindu communities, we also see clear patterns in when violence escalates. Attacks often increase during elections, political unrest, or periods of cross-border communal tension. The violence itself is severe. Homes and temples are destroyed, sexual violence occurs, and families are forcibly displaced. In many cases, also entire neighborhoods are targeted, which suggests coordination rather than spontaneous anger. And importantly, it's crucial to see that those attacks take place across different regions, showing that this is not a localized problem, but a nationwide pattern. Then, when it comes to legal gaps, state failures, and key case that we are going to discuss briefly, we know that although legal protections for religious freedom formally exist in Bangladesh, they often fail in practice. Police responses are frequently slow or ineffective, and perpetrators are rarely held accountable. The lynching of Dipu Chandra Das illustrates this clearly, which is the case that we highlighted in our report. It followed unverified blasphemy rumors that were later proven false. Yet authorities, of course, failed to protect this individual despite warning signs. This case reflects deeper systemic failures, even as officials publicly condemned this communal violence. Then, when it comes to human impact and accountability, we pointed out that the impact of this violence goes far beyond individual attacks. Many victims are afraid or simply unable to return to their homes. Communities experience long-term trauma, economic loss, and persistent sense of exclusion. Over time, these pressures contribute to migration and gradual decline of minority communities. The report, therefore, calls for recognizing mob violence as systemic, ensuring swift and impartial accountability, actively countering misinformation, prioritizing minority protection, but also linking international engagement to measurable reforms. In the end, I would like to add that addressing blasphemy-related violence is not only about protecting minorities, but also it's essential for upholding the rule of law, maintaining social cohesion, and meeting Bangladesh international human rights commitments. International actors, including the United Nations, the European Union, have a crucial role to play in supporting accountability and meaningful reform in this case. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yeah.
I hope, I'm not sure if anyone can hear me right now. I cannot hear anyone or see, but...
yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Thank you very much for your...
If you have any questions, of course, I'm also happy to...
For summarizing your report. I
afterwards.
think your report can be very helpful in bringing the subject of the situation in Bangladesh to both the public and the political arena. I was just informed that there is an initiative of a journalist from Bangladesh to monitor the situation and also the media situation in Bangladesh. The journalist is going to explain that in less than 1 minute. Less than 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I am very happy for hear that every expert person there are talking about Bangladesh situation. I mean that Bangladesh situation is more badly and serious. So here today is came different global experts and global social and political and media highlighted person. I have a proposal, especially Shitolji, Global Human Rights Defense, if possible, make a joint monitoring cell as like media monitoring cell or something, and, or a group, if possible, make a group. They are deeply monitoring every situation in Bangladesh as like media situation or minority people current situation, and so coming so-called election and situation. And after that, make a report. It will be maybe good. If possible, you can a decision, make a monitoring group. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for this suggestion. We have to close now. I'd like to thank the organization from Global Human Rights Defense for having this important event with the upcoming elections in Bangladesh and the urgent call for monitoring the situation and making sure that human rights violations are addressed also in the election. I think it's important to have the government of the Netherlands involved, the European Parliament involved, all the relevant bodies that have outspoken views on human rights situation worldwide should now act. And therefore, I think that this conference can really support that idea. We have our lines as an organization to the Dutch Parliament. We will inform the Dutch Parliament about the outcome of this event and the participation of people from both Bangladesh, the United Kingdom and other countries. And we will make sure that the report that has just been discussed will find its way to the Dutch Parliament, so that in the future we can assure ourselves that at least they know what is going on in Bangladesh. And I think that is something that we conclude with, that we all think that the situation in Bangladesh should get more attention, both in the media and in politics. I'd like to thank you all very much for participating in this event. I would like to thank the speakers that were here today, and you all go home, take the message with you and spread the news that what is happening in Bangladesh is not just a case for Bangladeshis, it is a case for everyone who supports human rights worldwide. Thank you very much and see you next time. Thank you.
We believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global Human Rights Defense, we believe that every voice matters, especially those that are pushed to the margins. GHRD is an international human rights organization committed to defending minorities, protecting civic space, and advancing accountability. Through advocacy, research, and direct engagement with international institutions, we transform lived experiences into concrete action. Behind this advocacy stands a structured, international team. In 2025 alone, GHRD delivered nearly 1,000 news briefs, published close to 200 in-depth articles, and produced 46 comprehensive human rights reports. This work is carried by 7 specialized teams, operating across regions and disciplines, from Asia and the Middle East to Europe and the United Nations. Our work does not stop inside conference rooms. In Geneva, GHRD brought human rights into public space through exhibitions, protests, and public engagement at Place des Nations. By connecting grassroots communities with policymakers, we bridge the gap between lived suffering and global decision-making. Today, human rights defenders face shrinking civic space, political backlash, and growing risks. Supporting independent, credible organizations like GHRD means protecting those who speak when others cannot. It means ensuring that international law remains more than words on paper. Global human rights defense, defending dignity, amplifying voices, turning advocacy into action. In a world where human rights are increasingly under pressure, silence is not an option. At Global